think we should be streaming.
Hello.
Hi there.
How
We are streaming. I can stop it and start it again, but
it's fine. All good.
Okay.
No.
Should be. All right, I'm just gonna fix that glare behind me real quick.
Bob, how are you? Oh, you're muted.
Well, I did say very good. How are you doing?
Doing well.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Enjoying the
Oh.
colder weather.
It is very, very nice. I could work outdoors without sweating.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tell you what, man, my constitution is not built for this climate. I love it so much, but I am always grateful when late September rolls around.
And then, of course, there's January.
And then of course there's January. Yes. When all you want is to be in the middle of August.
Yes.
This is definitely a place that reminds you to appreciate what you have as well as what you don't have. Oh,
Okay, let's see. I got to get there.
hello,
There we go.
Kevin. Hello, Josie. Mila, did you, for the Columbus Day meeting, did you get enough commissioners saying they'll be here and accepting the date, or did you get any concern?
I didn't hear. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from anybody really. But it's not a holiday for the county,
Okay.
so
Okay, good.
I haven't heard any other responses.
All right.
And who wants to celebrate Columbus anyway?
That
Did
was
some bad
that was
things.
my thought.
Yes.
Seems a
agree.
little inappropriate to celebrate in this day and age.
Yeah, I'm glad we're moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Well, we have a quorum. I'm going to give it another couple minutes just to see who joins, and then we will call the meeting to order. So I find I'm trying to join a couple minutes early because for a while there I was joining just at 4.
Looks like Garish wants the packet again as well. Let me do that.
Okay. Hi, Kevin. Were you raising your hand to say something or just to say hello?
I was just waving hello.
Hello. Oh, all right. Was he looking for the packet so he could join? So he should be join. Okay, great.
No, I think it sounded like he lost it in Apple somewhere. I don't know.
I have lost things in Apple. My computer is a bit of a mess every day. All right. Well, if it's just going to be us, I think we go ahead and get started and hope that the rest of the commission joins. So it's 4:02, and I'll call us in to our regular meeting. Okay. So I've noticed that a few citizens have joined. We'll do 2 citizens to be heard, one now and one as close to 5 as we can. We've got a lot to cover in our first hour, so we'll try and keep it as close to 5. Is there anyone here who would like to make a comment now on an item that is not one of our 2 public hearings? If so, go ahead and pop into the chat. I don't see anyone. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on. If you are on YouTube and you are watching, there's about a 30-second lag. You're welcome to join the Zoom call and just put in the chat that you want to make a comment. We'll try to accommodate you, and then we will have citizens to be heard again at 5 p.m. So, okay, for the commissioners present, which is Bob O'Brien, Emily Campbell, Kevin Walker, and Josie Kovash. Does anyone have any ex parte communications or disclosures to share about anything that's on the agenda today? Okay. I will state that staff provided a little bit of context for a citizen letter that came in, but I believe that's included in the record, or the citizen will be speaking. Mila, for the emails that have come in, are we going to need to read those in, or are they included in the staff report?
No, they certainly weren't in time for the packet. But you know, that's for the Planning Commission to decide if you'd like to read them in full. I don't think it's necessary. We can always amend the packet. There's a lot of letters, so I don't, you know, they weren't in time for the packet to be published.
Okay. Well, generally speaking, we've been reading them in, so we'll see if the letter writers join. But I know in general, if we are providing any, I don't know if staff is providing any context to letter writers, if we need to include that. So just something we should be mindful of, I think.
And so the letters we're talking about, those have all been emailed to us?
I didn't get all of them. I'm emailing you a few more.
Okay.
I think it's a little unclear. Some of them seemed, here, I think that there's 4 more. Sorry, I was out today, so I did not get a chance to email you all these letters.
That's all right.
Yeah, I would just add 4 came in today. So they came
4
in with like
okay.
the last few hours.
All right, well, when we get those to those agenda items, we'll see if those letter writers have joined. If not, I think we should read them in. So,
Okay.
At least the one I know that staff provided just some return feedback or clarification to the letter writer. I just think we should capture that just so that there's no question of disclosure or ex parte communication, which staff, I don't know, but
looks like
better
there's
safe than
2
sorry.
for 1 person, but I'll send them to you.
All right. Okay, let's move on to meeting minutes from September 14th. Does anyone have any comments or corrections to make? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion to approve by Bob, seconded by Kevin. If there's no further conversation, all in favor of approving the minutes, raise your hand. Say aye.
I did have further conversation.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
There's the, later in the packet is the amended use table.
Mhm.
And I thought a couple of the things on there were wrong, but I don't remember whether that was recorded in the minutes or not. So I know some of those were. And well, I'm happy to approve the minutes as long as we can correct the use table or discuss it later.
Cross-reference. Well, we will be discussing the use table. If there's anything in the minutes that explicitly is incorrect, call it out. If not, we can amend them, I guess. Well, we can't if we're going to accept them. I didn't see anything that was glaring, but
It was in the agricultural uses. Yes, my memory was that there were 2 of those that we threw in there, not 4. But I don't think those are in the minutes as far as
okay.
oh, wait, no, it is in the, yeah.
Do you feel that it substantially doesn't represent the nature of conversation, or Is it?
No, I just double checked. I think the minutes are correct. Sorry, but I think the packet is inconsistent with the minutes.
Cool. All right. Gotcha. Let's talk about the minutes and we will come back and we will cross-reference to the use table when we get there. But that's a good call out. Okay. So all in favor of Bob's motion, seconded by Kevin, to approve the minutes from September 14th, raise your hand. Bob, Kevin, Emily, Josie, and I think, oh, Garish, you've joined us. Garish, would you like to approve the minutes? All right.
I think we can do it without him.
We can do it without him. So we'll just mark Garish as an abstention for now. Okay, wonderful. Let's move on. So for those listening in and joining, for the first 50 minutes here, we will be reviewing the small area plan. In some cases, drafted language, in some cases, finalizing the specifics that will go into the final drafted language regarding the use table. We went a little past the hour at our last meeting. I think I'm comfortable with us going a little bit past the hour today. If we find that any one of these bullets is taking a long time, we can push one of these remaining bullets down to after our agenda items. And that way we try and keep our public hearings as close to on schedule as possible. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. All right. So I asked Mila to put the small area plan discussion item in this order, which leaves the ones that we haven't had a chance to spend as much time on just towards the top. And hopefully then we'll fly towards those more bottom items that we've spent quite a bit of time discussing. So Mila, I'll let you take it away as we look at viewshed standards.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen if that sounds good. It's just the packet, but you should be able to look at it. Okay, it should work. Is that working?
It is. And I'm sorry, really quick, Garish, I noticed you said yes in the chat. I just want to make sure we accurately reflect this in the vote for the minutes. Maybe your audio isn't working, but can I just confirm that you voted to confirm the minutes? Are you able to come off mute? All right, we can circle back to that. I just want to make sure that we accurately represent
Looks like
that.
Garish is in a library, so maybe he's trying to minimize his talking.
Ah, okay. All right, well, sorry. Go ahead, Mila, and we'll come back to this.
Okay, so what I have here is I've got our viewshed standards or site development standards, basically of any kind from the OAO that we've already approved, and then a few more that were added from research from other counties and codes that deal with these kinds of things. So I also ran these by a couple local architects and got some more feedback. I've adjusted them based on what some of their suggestions, and then also just some things that made sense to me. So I hope that we can go through them relatively quickly and have something for the public hearing. And, you know, if you'll recall, basically what we're doing now is we're just putting together sort of our final proposal that will then go to legal review and then also have another chance for public input, 2 more chances for public input in the form of public hearings, and then also probably an outdoor meeting. So this doesn't need to be completely finalized, but it does need to be what we'd like to propose. So to this, I'll just go through the, if we're okay with that, I'll go through the OAO standards just with what I've changed, because everyone should hopefully be familiar with what's already in here. So the first one, and so I've tried to, you know, anything that's been added is underlined and in green, and anything that was taken out, except for, sorry, this turf grass one is crossed out in red. So for this first one, I just added the stipulations that it would also need to be in accordance with that section of the open space section of the land use code. And that's already a section in our code, which is something that would already apply, but I think it just becomes more clear if you include it twice, basically. So that just refers to the open space section of the code. The rest of these are the same. I took out turf grass entirely. Does that feel acceptable to everyone as far as landscape standards? It was, since these were written for, hotels, I think we were envisioning, like a dog area or something like that. But since we're not dealing specifically with hotels, and it seemed like we were all very interested in water conservation principles and native vegetation, I took that out entirely.
So to the commission, as we go through this, I recommend that as Mila is leading us through this, if anyone has any major concerns, to raise them. Otherwise, let's go through if we're all feeling kind of good about these, and then we can circle back to concerns, additions, questions after the fact. Do we feel good with that approach?
Okay, cool.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so no objections to taking out turf grass, no turf grass. Great. The other one that I crossed out, and I'm curious about your thoughts on, is the primary use is facing the fronting roadway. It seemed like we wanted things to be more set back, and that didn't seem necessary to me, especially considering that we have, site topography and shielding from the roadway as one of our goals. So it seemed like facing the roadway was in contrast to that. Does anyone
Yeah,
feel?
when we were discussing that and during the OAO, I think we felt that that was something that was appropriate for more urban areas, and this is the opposite. So
Mhm.
I think it makes sense to take it out.
Okay. I also took out in the same site configuration that off-street parking may be required to mitigate impacts, and that also seemed like it was really focused on urban areas. That we wouldn't be looking at any on-street parking in this whole area anyway. So I took that one out as well. Then this one, I just added an exception may be considered if the areas be used to display public art, which we talked about for building design. And then I also added it, or if it's necessary to take advantage of passive solar. That was a suggestion of an architect, just saying that, obviously certain facing walls, certain directional facing walls can actually really hinder windows can really hinder your solar efficiency. That's unreasonable. Okay. And then this awnings one, I took out the solar stabilized materials. Apparently that's not really a technical term. But if we have strong feelings about that, that's fine. We also don't necessarily need to regulate awnings in this particular area. All these are the same.
Mila?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a time to do it. I'm not quite sure when this Ridgeline standards doesn't include resort special. So somehow it says, I can't read this particular one, rural residential and range and grazing. Should it have also resort special in there?
Sure.
This
I think
is,
instead of listing the zones, we should just take all of that out because we're going to draw a polygon for these, aren't we? And these are
Yeah,
going to apply to
This is
everything.
For
in
the
respect-
DPR, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Kevin, when you say, do that again, you're gonna do something to make sure it covers resort special, I guess.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is we should strike, it says within the RR, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Strike all that and just say within this visual resources protection polygon or whatever we're
Got
calling it. Because I think the intent is that these would apply to everything here, regardless of the underlying zoning, which, might be highway commercial for
Yep.
one lot that we have in there.
yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense.
Okay, great. So we'll just take out those zones. Okay, so then we have, these are new standards. So if you wanna, hopefully everyone had a chance to look them over, but I'll go through them. So we have a choice here to be talking about locating development as far away from the roadway as possible on these parcels, which preserves our view shed. The other option is to basically take out these stipulations and allow development right next to the roadway, which preserves our open space behind it. So I think that, you know, in considering which direction we want to go with that, it seemed like, you know, the community was most interested in preserving the view shed. And it is important to recognize that the area has already been impacted. I think we have the option really to decide either way. You know, in one sense, it'll end up with a corridor that, you know, has development right along the road. And in the other one, it'll end up with much more spread out development back from the road, ideally. If it has to be as far away from the roadway as possible on the parcel.
I can imagine that the natural constraints of locating most furthest away from the road would also require a lot more intentionality of use of the land and architectural standards in order to decrease that, which I think is the intent that the impact we're trying to get at through this intent. And even though it has been pointed out that there is existing development in this area, as we brought up at the workshop most recently with the county council, just because that is development that has happened in the past, we are trying to signal a future, a gateway into what our community is today. And I think updating our standards to reflect that new reality of protecting our view shed appears to be the goal most commonly expressed by community members who have weighed in. Does anyone here disagree or have heard something else or have a different suggestion?
I mean, I think locating them further from the highway makes sense. I guess I'm just looking at the phrasing. I mean, some of these lots are very deep. And if you say as far as possible away, that could be like a half mile, you know, which seems a little excessive. So I don't know what
as far as feasible, perhaps could be a better word. Or even just should be located so as to minimize visibility from 313, 191. And we've also noted arches, which I don't know if we want to try and include here since we haven't done a specific study about view shed protection from those particular vantage points, but.
So we could take out that first one and just keep the second one, which says where possible, development should be located such that it is the least visible from the road, using natural features to achieve this objective.
Mm-hmm. How does everyone feel?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment, but I think we do need something that's strong. It's just that, and I think for, you know, many lot sizes, the way you have it written would be fine, but for like a really big lot, I think it doesn't make sense. So maybe, I mean, are we trying to finalize this at this meeting, or can there be further wordsmithing afterwards?
We're trying to have a draft that can be sent for legal review so that we can hasten community input, at which point the draft will continue to evolve based off of community input and reviewing it.
Yeah, so maybe just replacing as far as possible with as far as feasible, which I think that was Emily's suggestion.
Okay.
And then I think that gives a hint of taking into account, you know, other factors like, you know, construction, I don't know.
All right. Okay, so then is the second one fine? Where possible, it should be located such that it is the least visible from the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then our some more skylines, and these are these can be tricky, and they're you know, dealt with differently in various communities, and they're definitely a little bit harder to regulate sometimes, depending on the site. However, when we have things in here that say, you know, physical development shall not to the extent possible penetrate the skyline, Ideally, that means that if it is absolutely impossible not to penetrate the skyline, then that will be dealt with at the site plan stage. And the idea is just that there's something in here that's an intent that shows that ideally we won't be just building something right on top of a hillside. So that's what this first one is meant to do, is physical development shall not, to the extent possible, penetrate the skyline on hillsides as seen from 313 and 191, unless there is no other siting alternative. Then if they must penetrate the skyline, attempts to obtain variances of other regulations must be pursued first that would enable the proposed development to comply with skyline penetration. And then the mass must be broken into distinct smaller forms, breaking facades and roof lines into smaller segments and stepping the building to blend in with the surrounding landscape as much as possible. We feel good about all of those? Okay. All right, so physical development, the only one I found that, you know, we might want to add is just that roof overhangs can be used as a tool for deepening shadows and minimizing mass to kind of bring a building out of the forefront. And that just says may be used. So that's also, you know, not a requirement, but it is a, you know, suggestion. And then there are some landscaping and disturbance. So site grading limits of disturbance must be the minimum necessary for construction. And that's something that's determined at site plan and by the engineer in the building department. Retaining walls must be terraced when vertical height of any cut or fill exceeds 6 feet, and no terrace may be higher than 4 feet and must step back. So this obviously is a trade-off between area that's disturbed and, you know, visual mass. So if there's a big retaining wall and it's just one solid front, you know, it takes up less horizontal space, but it also, you know, is a lot more of an item that you look at on the landscape. So terraced retaining walls are, you know, a much softer look. Native vegetation must be used for landscaping. Removal of existing vegetation must be minimized, and site controls to establish which vegetation to save shall be used during construction. Limits of disturbance areas must be no greater than 20 feet from a building footprint and paved areas, and must include all construction and be marked by a fence prior to grading beginning. And this was reviewed by the architects, so they felt that 20 feet, that this was reasonable. Greening shall be required for all development within 100 feet of a road edge and may be either native vegetation or rock features designed to blend in with the surrounding landscape. And then all disturbed areas must be revegetated with native vegetation or other dust control measures. And it is difficult, as you probably know, in this area to revegetate successfully with some of our native vegetation, since it does, you know, require such a long time to establish itself. So that's why we're also looking at other dust control measures and trying to disturb the least amount possible, since it is so hard to reestablish.
Mila, the one that I did think of here is on the removal of vegetation. So there might be times if there were Russian olives or tamarisk that you'd want to remove them. So I wonder if we should be saying removal of native vegetation.
Sure.
Also, Garish just typed into the chat, and I agree with this, that other dust control measures can be interpreted in many ways. I think approved dust control measures make sense, and that we should include a list of what those approved measures are.
And I think the building department has that.
Okay, I just
So
know
we'll
that,
add approved.
yeah, there have been examples of some dust control measures elsewhere in the state that have been, you know, involved untreated water being placed on, like, I just think being as clear as possible is most likely to provide guidance to county commission at the time of approval, and most likely to guide guidance to developers and landowners.
Great. So we'll add approved to that. Okay. Anything else on these?
Is this the appropriate time to mention ideas that aren't on your list?
Sure. For this, for the landscaping and disturbance?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Well, I meant for all these visual mitigation.
Do you mind if we go through the ones that we have here and then we can
Okay.
add some?
Yes, sir.
Is that all right? Okay. We just have this one section left, which is the night skies one. So and this was in conjunction with the Dark Skies Working Group. These were some of their suggestions. So all developments must comply with lighting standards in 6.6, which is our Dark Skies Ordinance, as well as the following, which are, and these are additional. So light bulbs must be 2200 Kelvin or below, which makes them warmer than what is allowed. Be fully shielded and downward only directed fixtures with no unshielded lights allowed. So that's stronger than our, slightly stronger than our existing code. All exterior lights must be turned off by 11 p.m. or on a motion sensor. And I don't know if you want to make an exception for signs. No light may trespass off property boundaries. And hopefully that's, you know, those properties out there are quite large. So ideally that would be something that wouldn't be too hard to comply with. And then visibility will be considered, visibility from the highway will be considered in determining the amount of glass allowed in the part of the building facing the roadway. And I know that we had some discussion about this with the OAO and glass and lights, you know, being able to see through them. So this specifically addresses that. And then there was a suggestion that we lower the total lumens per acre. However, it looks like our section of the Dark Sky Code is a little bit unclear on that. So I am still in conversation to figure out what that number should be.
So to that second to last one, nighttime lights, but I think it's worth also adding daytime glare, which I know is something that at least one commissioner was particularly insistent that we consider during the OAO process, and especially makes sense in this context.
So with the
Daytime glare towards the road potentially if we need further clarification, but.
So with the OAO, the mechanism for enforcing all these standards is the master plan has to be approved. What's the mechanism for this in this case?
Building permit.
Okay.
So for any new construction, their lights are all held to the Dark Skies Ordinance already. And that's all reviewed at building permit.
Okay.
Emily, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep, go
Oh,
ahead,
good.
Girish.
Okay. I've got the library all to myself now. I'm not sure where it would go, but your question about glare comes up. It's significant in Moab with really shiny roofs, reflective roofs. And I think out here, especially when there's potential for people to see buildings, new buildings that are constructed along the highway from quite a distance, that we should somewhere specify that all building materials shall be non-reflective, particularly roofs.
Those, let me ask you a question, and I am not the expert at all to counsel on this, so somebody else might have some expertise here. But I know that lighter colored roofs are significantly more energy efficient. Are there anti-glare, non-reflective, like white and light color roofs readily available, or is that a trade-off that we'll have to consider here?
I think it's a trade-off. The more reflective a roof is, the more energy efficient they are in the summertime. So it's a trade-off. The less energy that is absorbed by a roof, the more efficient the buildings are to cool.
Mhm.
But it's a big trade-off when you're looking at an area where you could be seeing a glare. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm blinded by the roof angle of this building. So it's just a suggestion.
So the non-reflective materials is already in here, a few lines up. It's part of the OAO standards. Maybe it's not general enough, or maybe it's implicitly leaves out the roofs. But if you scroll up, Mila, there's
I'm trying, sorry.
under building materials.
Yeah, oh, and I didn't take out that
OAO
OAO
developments,
developments.
which we need to edit, and, shall utilize non-reflective materials.
Mhm.
Now, maybe that should say exclusively non-reflective materials. I don't.
So my only, I mean, one data point from my mouth, but given the climate emergency that we're in at the moment, on a personal note, I'm more comfortable with the visual disruption, so long as the materials used are the most energy efficient, which may include more reflective roofs. Maybe there's a way to work a balance in there. But I would definitely take a more efficient building over a less reflective roof, just given the particulars of our current moment as California burns.
I can appreciate that, Emily, but would say that the differences we're talking about are single digit percentages of efficiency. So it's a trade-off between, we've got a lot of really great standards here to try to protect the view shed. And then we are going to allow a lot of reflectivity to come off the site. So I would recommend that we go with non-reflective, knowing that there is going to be a little bit of energy efficiency in the trade-off.
I guess I was going to comment that, yeah, I guess I'd want to see those single digit numbers if they are indeed single digit that Garish mentions before backing away from the non-reflective materials. My guess is it doesn't make a very large difference.
And then I would only ask what doesn't seem very exact non-reflective. I guess everything reflects. So then what's good wording for minimal reflection or non-reflective, or is there some standard we can use?
Yeah, I don't know, Bob. I'm thinking of glare, but then it's degrees of glariness. So I don't know, but I think we could probably look at other communities that have been dealing with similar issues and see kind of what the wording is that they use.
So maybe since we're trying to get a first draft out the door, we could just leave it as non-reflective, and then during the public comment and review period, perhaps that could be refined then.
So the only thing I'd add, so we say aside from solar panels or other infrastructure related to energy efficiency and water reuse. So maybe this is redundant. OAO development shall utilize energy efficient, non-reflective materials. And strike that if you all think it's too unnecessary, but.
Or we could say something along the lines of the least reflective, energy efficient materials available.
Yeah.
Though I think there's something to be said for just using, we've already got the standard in the OAO zone, which I don't think we were planning on revising. I mean, I think it's good just to limit the variety of standards we have within the county code. And then if there is something wrong with this, we should probably change it everywhere, not just.
All right, is anyone not comfortable then with maintaining this language as is and asking staff to just confirm that non-reflective materials is the most commonly used term in order to achieve the impact and intent that we're going for? Anyone have any concerns with that? Okay, cool, great. Let's move forward then.
Great.
So I had a few comments on things that were not on the list. One is colors. There's some language here that we lifted from the OAO zone, but I think we could be stronger. We could say something like, earth tone colors. That's common in HOAs around the valley. Or we could go even stronger and say that the colors should allow it to blend into the landscape. So basically, when choosing a color, you choose the color that's going to make your building stand out the least. And that's not an exact thing, but I think having that intent in there is probably a good idea. And I think that's also a relatively easy way to reduce the visual impact of a building. You know, just choose the right color of paint or whatever.
And you don't think that this standard here that says all developments shall
No.
utilize earth tone colors that are complementary to the surrounding landscape and visual contrast?
Why I missed that, sorry.
That's okay. That's one of our OAO standards.
Yeah, but I think I would just change it from complementary to blend in or something, or minimize contrast with. I mean, complementary. I mean, that's where I think you want a noticeable but attractive building. Whereas if you're really like it, the model I keep in mind is like national parks, and they've got the visitor centers like in the Needles, and that thing is such a color that it is not trying to jump out from the landscape. It's trying to do the opposite. And I haven't noticed any language in here specifying that. And so I think that sentence that you pointed out would be the place to make the change, and maybe just, shall utilize earth tone colors that blend in with the surrounding landscape. That would be one that,
So just to be clear, you would like to revise this last item under materials and colors to all development shall utilize earth tone colors that are complementary to and blend into the surrounding landscape and visual backdrops. Exceptions shall be allowed for public art.
yeah, except I guess I was going to drop complement. To me, complement means distinct from,
Okay.
like, blue is complementary to orange or something. I don't know.
So
Yeah.
turn colors that blend into the surrounding landscape and visual backdrops.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any concern with making that change? Mila, anywhere we're making changes that also impact the OAO standards, let's just put an asterisk, and once this is confirmed, go back and update that elsewhere.
But just to be, I'm not suggesting that we change the OAO standards. I mean, I
Oh,
think
I'm sorry. You're
for
saying
the
just
OAO, these buildings are in Spanish Valley, and of course they're going to be noticeable. We're not trying to hide
Right.
things in Spanish Valley, but in this area, I think we are. So I
Right,
think it's
okay.
a different standard than the OAO uses.
So, but I didn't hear anyone saying that they didn't support that change. So anyone have any concerns, questions, challenges about making that change here?
I support that change, but I'm also wondering about, we're going to strike the OAO developments in the first part of materials and colors. Is that right?
Yeah,
This
I
will-
tried to get them all and I
Yeah.
didn't get them all.
Okay. This will apply to any and all development.
All of them. Yeah, I think hopefully that's the only one left in here that says OAO. I think I got everything else.
Mila, I'm just impressed in how few OAOs I see in there. I think you did a marvelous job.
There
of
were a lot.
catching almost all of the OAOs.
All right,
Oh,
Kevin,
okay,
what other
That's
changes?
one of 4 things on my list. The next one is height. I guess, we've got height requirements coming from elsewhere in the code or something, but it seems to me that unless you're not visible from the highway or any of these key viewpoints we're trying to protect, the building should be just 1 story with a height limit in foot that goes along with that. Most of the buildings out there are that way anyway. It's pretty common. So I don't think that is imposing too much.
We did have a chat from Michael Namaste Rock concerning the 40-foot height, and I'm not sure what he was intending to say.
Yeah, I think he was referring to some of this ridge line argument we have. I think it wouldn't, if you've got a lot that's flat, then I think you can build anywhere according
Yeah.
to that standard. So it's permissive. So I think his worry about, I think the answer to that would make Michael happy.
Mhm.
So instead of saying single story, should we put a limit? Say, what is the height of a single story? Because they could have 20-foot walls.
Okay,
It could
yeah,
be,
something like, I don't know, 15 feet, is that reasonable?
I think that's reasonable. Let's throw it out there as 15 feet and see what the interest is.
So could you just clarify what the line would say, how you'd like it reflected here?
I would say that, buildings that, so this would apply to buildings that are visible from the highway, and especially buildings that poke up above the skyline, and they should be limited to 15 feet in height.
So we have the 60-foot, no facade or building wall. That's
That's a
building design.
horizontal measurement, I think, isn't it?
Oh, that's, sorry, you're right. My eye caught onto the wrong thing. I thought in here we also had a vertical.
We do, but it's just,
Limit.
so you should see it at the top of the screen here, under open
Right.
space option is the height section. So we just have the underlying zone district as the maximum height, limited by the view shed analysis. So that was what we were using before. If we want to make that shorter, we can throw that out there. Ideally, the view shed impacts would be taking care of it, but you know, this is our proposal, so we can absolutely put in, you know, whatever it is that we would like to, especially for the sake of discussion.
Yeah, well, and I think there is language in here that if you can't, if there, you know, on a particular building lot, if there's no location that's well screened, you know, then you still get to build something. So, you know, we could have some this anticipates that some of the buildings are going to be pretty visible. And I think one way of making them less visible is just to make them one story.
So no buildings where 60% or 40% or more of the building is visible from the road shall exceed 15 feet in height. 40% might be unnecessary, but you know, if a corner peeks out, do we need to constrain the height? I'm just trying to figure out how specific you'd like to see that language.
Yeah, but for example, if there's a building location and a one-story building would be completely screened by topography and a two-story building would pop out, I think in those circumstances, we should ask for the one-story building.
If the two-story building is screened minus that height and decreases the footprint impact of the building, is that a trade-off you'd be comfortable with?
Since we're looking at overall low density development out here, I guess that makes me less concerned about the footprint. Or at least, you know, like for example, for the residential stuff, we've got one residential unit per 5 acres. So we're not gonna.
So Kevin, for the sake of time, I'd say, why don't you just recommend some language? We'll just have a quick gut feel straw poll and see if we can move forward from this.
Well, the simple language is to say the height limit is 15 feet.
Brian?
What about in some of the tables, we allow residential areas above businesses. So by limiting the business or the buildings to 15 feet, we won't allow the residential area above if a business come in. Some of the tables allow it.
So this would restrict mixed use most
Yes.
notably,
Well,
yeah.
So I guess maybe if I'm understanding you correctly, Brian, some of us talk about like second story residential or something like that.
Right. Second story residential and
And so
business
we
area.
could do the same thing out here, except it just wouldn't be the second story. It would just be a mixed residential, you know, commercial use.
All right, well, I don't want to stall us out too far
Renovations, yeah.
here, so let's do this. There's 6 of us on. Quick straw poll. Those who are comfortable with the language that no building, am I correct? No building shall exceed 15 feet in height?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
just as for the draft, and that can be refined later.
for the draft and for legal review. Okay, so raise your hand if you are comfortable with adding that language. Josie, Bob, I see your hand down. Okay. Kevin? Garish, yes? 3-3, all right, fine. Let's add it in. We'll put it in for legal review. We'll see where it takes us.
By the way, I was going to abstain.
Okay, sorry, straw poll. I mean, it's
Yes.
more just trying to figure out if we can move forward or if we need further discussion. Okay,
I'll add that in.
great.
Okay.
So,
2 more items on my list, hopefully quick
Yeah.
ones. So one, and we talked about this a little bit already, but I know like the neighborhood I live in, it's got these very strict rules about colors, but those rules don't apply to the top of a flat roof, which are typically bright white and become quite obtrusive, you know, when viewed from the right angle. And so I just, maybe it's already in here with our, just the general language about colors and stuff, but I just want to be clear that, I think it's fine to have a roof be like a light color, but I don't think it has to be bright white, which is the, traditional default one, something more like a tan or a little bit.
Is-
There are cliffs near here that people, there are people recreating who are going to have a top-down view of this area and possibly from within Arches National Park. I guess we haven't analyzed that. You should, yeah.
So under materials and colors, you want to add a line that says no roof should be,
I just want to make sure like that those materials and colors, we're not making an exception for a flat roof that's, behind a wall. So a roof that would not be visible from the ground, but might be visible from other vantage points. And again,
Okay.
this is based on experience. And, if you areas around the valley, some of the biggest visual impacts I see are exactly that kind of roof. So this isn't a theoretical worry. It's, based on actual experience of seeing buildings being noticeable in the landscape.
all development shall utilize earth tone colors on all walls and roofs that are that
Okay,
blend
so maybe
into
it's
the
already
surrounding.
covered, as long as.
Well,
we
I
have-
added the language on all walls and roofs. So you would like us to just specify that we're not excluding roofs here?
Yeah, that would definitely do it.
Okay,
I
any
think we could
concerns
put
with
that
that?
in one above that as well. The all developments shall utilize non-reflective materials, including roofs.
Roofs. Any concerns with that? Forever hold your peace. I'm going to move us forward.
Okay.
All right.
And my last one, maybe this is just a comment and not a change, but I think on the west side of the highway, the skyline is really quite high. There's big cliffs. And I think it's possible to have something that's visually obtrusive, but doesn't extend beyond the skyline. But rather than suggest something right now, just, maybe that's something we can continue to try to refine as this goes forward. So
Yeah, I mean, we're asking for things to be minimized from the road. So, that
Kevin,
naturally would, go ahead,
I-
Gary.
I think
I-
probably if there's like the 15-foot building thing, that would be unnecessary.
That's what I was going to say, Kevin. I think you captured it with your 15-foot.
Sure, okay.
All right. Okay, does anyone else have any additions that they want to suggest or edits?
I just only want to say, Mila, a very fine job on
Agreed.
these new things. Really covers a lot of great stuff.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so rather than do a straw poll on each of these, I think we just move forward. This is not a vote, this is not official. Let's move forward, and then once we wrap up, we'll just make sure everyone's comfortable with what we're putting out to draft. Does that sound good?
Good.
Okay, it's 4:50. Let's at least try to get through boundaries and then see where we're at in time. And then we might bring the last two around after, two around after our public hearings, all right?
Okay, so this is the boundary snapped to all non-federal land in the area that we've spoken about. And then it's an 800-meter buffer from the airport. And I threw that out there for the sake of discussion. So hopefully the only thing we really need to finalize is that northern boundary, because I think everything else we've talked about. And we did include these two, I believe they're Sitla parcels, as the potential for future private land. So that's sort of the county intention to regulate things that are not federal.
And I know I brought this up just as a clarification when you sent the packet out, but is this southwestern boundary here drawn so that is either to the farthest boundary of the contingent parcel or to the cliff line?
It's
there
the
was just-
furthest non-federal parcel.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so the ways that this differs from our old boundary is one, the thing Emily just mentioned, that we've left out all the federal land, including land that's very close on the west side of the highway. We included 2 state sections and we excised a bit near the airport.
Yep, and we just cleaned up the boundary so that it snapped exactly to the edges of the parcels. Yeah,
That
and then
looks-
this, what was that?
Fine.
Okay. Do we want to move that top boundary down, or do you want to leave it as the 800 meters from the airport?
I know that there was some interest from the county commission about doing a separate plan specific to the airport. So the
Mhm.
only concern I have is that should we determine that slightly more industrial uses make sense closer to the airport, does that, I mean, I think it would be more interpretive than legal, but does that create any issues with regards to this resource area protection plan butting up against what could be a slightly more, well, rather more industrial use in that area? You know, I don't know how to exactly capture the county commission's intent with that northern boundary without having them draw it themselves. And I think, you know, I'm generally comfortable with this as far as bringing it out to get citizen input, but I just want to be mindful of that. And I want to see if any other commissioners, or Jaylyn, I see that you're on, if you'd like to weigh in as well, I'd be very curious to hear your thoughts.
I have a general comment that I like to make. The two Sitla parcels that are to the west of like the 313 junction are not visible from the highway, and they're not visible from Arches National Park. They're up on top of a mesa. So I don't know that it's really necessary to include those. I don't know what we're gaining by doing that. If we're looking at this being the gateway, that they don't seem to fit. The other comment is the reason that we use the rectangular system of land ownership in the West is because that was an efficient way to divvy up land within the states and give each state their fair share of what they got at statehood. And it's always been a frustration for me working for the Forest Service that we didn't use natural boundaries such as watershed divides instead of a rectangular system, particularly when it comes to things like wilderness area boundaries and recreation area boundaries and whatnot. We always use a rectangular system. So that said, I would say anything that is outside of the viewshed of Highway 191 be excluded from the small area plan.
I have a
That's a-
question that Mila might be able to answer. Are those two Sitla parcels right now zoned as something like range and grazing?
No,
So
we
they're
don't have plans for them.
So they're unzoned at this point.
Mhm.
And what would happen if Sitla decided they were going to develop them? Would we zone them?
No,
would
they usually try to comply with county regulations.
Yes.
My understanding is that it's a little bit unclear, you know, exactly how much they need to, but I've spoken with them and they've expressed a general support and willingness to comply with our standards.
So
they would if they needed to.
So, I mean, this is, of course, actually the reason I'm doing this. Yes, it's legally kind of untested for counties to go head to head with Sitla, who may try to say that they can do anything they want on their property. So I guess my question is it good to put some kind of zone there first so they don't kind of say, well, it's unzoned, we can do anything we want? I mean, does it give us any standard to put them in this zone to start with, even if it's not a perfect match? Because I agree with Garish, they're up on the hill. Just curious.
So just to be clear, I mean, this boundary we're looking at, this is not the visual protection boundary. This is the planning area boundary, right?
Which is the same thing.
Or they're going to be
At least as far as we're talking about it, it's the same thing.
Okay. I guess, I mean, I don't have strong feelings about the two Sitla sections to the west, but I do think it's a little bit late for us to, I mean, if we only took stuff that's visible from the highway, that would dramatically shrink the planning area. We've already had long discussions about the planning area. And so I would, on the east side of the highway, be inclined to leave it the way it has been. You know,
I'm more concerned about the west side of the highway. And being a long-term Fed, I don't see BLM land as being protected much more than I see Sitla land. Depending on the administration, somebody could come with a proposal to have a land exchange or purchase the BLM land that's between the highway and those cliffs to the west. And potentially they would become privately owned or leased. And well, if we don't have some guidance as to how they should be developed, I just see it as being a potential problem, but we can,
Yeah.
That's my concern about it.
Okay.
But
So I recommend with regards to some, the specifics to the public lands being beholden to county planning, that we ask the county attorney to weigh in on that during legal review, rather than trying to adjudicate that here. If there are specific questions about whether or not to include these two parcels, since I know they weren't part of the original mapping, maybe staff could give us, Mila, could you give us your recommendation for why or why not you would recommend including it or excluding them at this time? And then I think this is just one that just needs legal review. I don't know that we're going to get much farther on that in this meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intention was just to capture anything that, would be in this area and could be private. I think if those parcels aren't visible from the road, then we probably don't need to include them. However, if they would end up being at risk of skylining, then I would suggest including them. So, I would need to go out there and actually see exactly what we're talking about.
And is skylighting, am I interpreting that as in they could be visible? They could increase the skyline visibility from elsewhere. Okay, just wanted to double check.
Mhm.
My opinion is, oh, sorry, Kevin, you go ahead.
I guess I was just going to propose, I think it is true that those two parcels are not visible from the road. And I think maybe the simplest thing we could do is just drop those two and keep all the rest of the boundary the same. I guess I would.
Okay, and I can consult with the county attorney and see if it would be worth, putting a buffer along the highway, even including federal land. But we can, and we'll see about that.
And I do have one other question, and I don't want to delay this. It's just a question for Mila, which is, can we zone Sitla land, since it's, we don't zone private land, public lands in general. So usually we just leave Sitla lands unzoned. No, even when they're, let's say where university is going to be. Was that Sitla land basically
No,
unzoned?
there's lots of Sitla land in Spanish Valley that is zoned.
Yeah.
San Juan County also zones Sitla land. So it's very common to apply zoning on top of Sitla land.
It would seem to me that not now, but we might consider doing that. It is an area that's likely to be developed.
Yeah, these parcels are not zoned.
So while the visibility is one piece of this gateway we've talked about, we've been very clear, and it's clear in our vision statement draft as well, that we see this gateway as being both a sort of visual gateway as well as sort of an ephemeral gateway. Right? This is an opportunity for us to take a first stab at updating the planning documents that we are currently sitting on that don't reflect in many ways the current values of our community that have been clearly articulated by members of our community over the planning processes of the last 2 years. So I don't know the legal implications for keeping or removing those two parcels or redrawing boundaries, but my recommendation would be to maintain them, at least for the sake of sending this to legal review and asking the county attorney to weigh in, generally speaking, with regards to how we approach public land.
Just one last thing that hasn't come up yet. I guess my fear is that by putting them in a planning area, maybe plopping some kind of zone on top of them and making them look different than other Sitla parcels, that draws Sitla's attention to them and might make it more likely that they be developed, because they look, hey, this sort of, whereas if we leave them outside the polygon, then they're just like, dozens of other Sitla parcels in the area.
I think trying to weigh in on the relative incentives of SITLA based off of our local planning, we can certainly speculate, but I don't know that that's a reason for us to make planning decisions based off of the, good or otherwise faith of SITLA planners. But, I do want to make sure that there's consensus or general consensus, at least from the commission, before we go into legal review. So I guess we'll start, since Kevin started with the recommendation of, or it may not have been Kevin, I'm sorry, you're at the top of my screen. It may have been Garish or someone else. It has been suggested that we remove the 2 parcels to the west from this map before sending it to legal review. Let's just get sort of a quick straw poll of who would like to see them removed. If you could just quickly raise your hand. Garish, Brian. Okay, and those who would like to maintain them in the boundaries for the sake of sending to legal review, Emily, Bob, Josie, and Garish, I
was
assume you're-
neutral, but it looks like
you're neutral. All right, well, let's do this. Let's maintain them. But I think we need to have a very big red asterisk on this, because in general, regardless of what we think, this requires just the scrutiny of legal review. And then of course, it'll also be scrutinized by the county commission and by the public. So, all right, that gets us through the first 2 bullets. It's 503. So I'm going to recommend that we take the resort special use table and the vision statement process down in the agenda. And for the sake of continuity, I do need a motion on that.
so moved.
So moved. So seconded. Garish. All right. All in favor? Great. That's what we're doing. Okay. So now we are going to open up for another round of citizens to be heard. So we have 2 public hearings on our agenda. If you are here to make a comment on a public hearing, we ask that you keep your comments until that public hearing. If you would like to make a comment on anything else that is on the agenda or anything else that's not on the agenda, just pop a note in chat and we'll give you an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to give that just a moment to see if anybody stands up. Also, if you are unable to chat, I don't think anyone is called in, but you're also welcome to just come off of mute and say you want to say something.
We do have one person on a phone.
We do?
Mhm.
I don't see that. All right. Well, if you are on the phone and you would like to make a comment, you press, what do you press? Star something? Star 6?
Six.
Star 6. Reed Pendleton, go ahead and come off of mute and make your comments. Try to keep it to about 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
So first quick question, when you're talking about native vegetation, is there a specific list that you're going to have available? Because from my recollection out there, juniper trees and sagebrush are really the only native vegetation out there. So if you're going to use that for screening, you're really not going to be screening a whole lot of visible impact on the interior of a property. So, and I know that was a concern with some of the commissioners that I've talked about, is visual impact out there and how to screen it, maybe with different trees or other things. Another comment would be, with all of these really strict standards that you're talking about, is there a reason why we need to be eliminating some of these uses, like office use? Could somebody build offices out there similar to like a restaurant? It's just a building. Would you really need to eliminate that use off of the table there? And also, like, if you're going to require screening with any development within 100 feet of the road, then why are you trying to also make it, develop at the farthest end of the property? If you're going to ask them to screen stuff, shouldn't they be able to utilize their property to their, greatest extent, rather than, the back corner, that's so far off the road? So it seems like screening as well as making them develop far off the property are kind of contradictory. And then the last thing, I know on the September 1st workshop, Commissioner Campbell asked the commission on a straw poll to include language in favor of considering RV parks and campgrounds. And I just haven't seen any of that language yet. So I'm just trying to understand where that language for is going to be included for overnight accommodations out there. And that's all.
All right. Thank you for your comment. And just for the sake of making sure the record is correct, I do believe that the straw poll was more just to gauge general interest in sending out for citizen comment, and wasn't a specific recommendation by me or made as a group that we specifically did need to add it. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified, that this has been a working process. And I appreciate, Reed, that you've been involved throughout this process. Okay, would anybody else like to make any comments before we move on? Okay, so that brings us to our first of two public hearings of the evening. This is for the Dalton rezone at 1490 South Highway 191, rezoning residential portion to highway commercial. So the way we'll run this is Mila will provide a staff report. Then we will invite the applicant to give us a little bit of their context for this project, at which point we'll open the public hearing for citizen comment. At that moment, I will ask if anyone has any comments they want to make. It's a little weird. We don't have comment cards. If you want to make a comment, you can just post in the chat. I'd like to make a comment. We'll invite you to come off of mute and try and keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Then we'll close the public hearing and we'll have an opportunity to ask any questions of staff, have a discussion, and vote. So Mila, the floor is yours.
All right. And I apologize. I think I mixed up these items in the packet, but we should go off the agenda. So this is for the property at 1490 South Highway 191. It is currently zoned highway commercial and rural residential, and it is split zoned due to the application of the highway commercial zone to just a buffer off the highway when it was applied rather than any parcel boundaries. The property has been used as commercial for many years. It is currently for sale. The planned USU campus is adjacent to this property. And if you've seen the included city rezone or annexation map, in the packet, you'll see that it is slated to be zoned C4, which is commercial. And that in the packet, or you can see on the map that is entirely around the boundary of the parcel, not according to just the current highway commercial part of it. So staff supports this rezone request as reasonable and as compatible with what is very possibly going to happen in the future for the city annexation plans. It's part of the city annexation plan, and it also could potentially provide some good walkable commercial from the future USU campus. The staff I conferred with staff over at the city, and they support this rezone as well. And I can go through the reasons, the considerations for approval in more detail. But I think that really the biggest one is that it will be rezoned C4 commercial if it is annexed and it is adjacent to the USU campus. And it also has been used as commercial for quite a while. I think the one thing Planning Commission should consider is that there is a potentially negative impact on the two properties to the south of this parcel that are also currently rural residential. And I believe the city staff told me that they would entertain an exception for those parcels if and when the these C4 zone is applied to this parcel.
When you say entertain an exception, could you just clarify?
Yes, that they would allow those to remain and not be rezoned commercial, that they would allow to remain residential.
Any questions for staff to clarify?
So it looked to me like this 2-acre parcel is roughly a 50-50 split between highway commercial and rural residential. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact acreage of the split.
But it looked like it's kind of a diagonal line going.
It's about that, yeah, more or less. Mm-hmm.
And what's the nature of the commercial? From the aerial photographs, it just looked like a lot of vehicles parked there.
I believe it was a trucking business. And there's a machine shop on the property, I think, as well.
Any other questions for staff before we invite the applicant to speak? Brian, I can't hear you. You double mute.
Yep. Right now, it's an empty warehouse and it's for sale. And so there's nothing in there right now. No business or anything.
Okay. All right. So do we have Ned Dalton? I see you here. So Ned, if you'd like to come off mute, you're invited. You don't have to, but you're invited to sort of tell your story of this application, provide some context, and allow members of the commission to ask you any questions, and then we will have public comment.
Actually, I'm going to speak for Ned. This is Mary Huffine.
Mary, hello.
I know, my planning commission friends. Anyway, as you know, it's a parcel of land that is currently, and I think you guys were part of many of the, at least the two of the changes we did in the same similar situation. Should have happened years ago. We talked about it as a planning commission, actually, to get in there and get all those zone changes on all those parcels that were split. And Kevin, you're right, but the whole parcel of land is well over 3 acres, but it's two different parcels. The one in the back is divided diagonally for zoning based on where that zone district lies when they went that 300 foot. You know, they just 300 foot either side of the highway. That's how they zoned it. And it kind of cut people off and changed things. But people were doing it. It's still a conditional. If they wanted to keep doing what he's doing on the property, he can until forever. But at this point, it's better for him to have the whole entire parcel one zone to make it more sellable for him. Any questions for me or Ned?
Yeah, so just playing devil's advocate, Mary. It
Always.
looked to me from looking at there that there would, like if someone wanted to put one additional house, more or less to the north of the two existing houses on this lot, I mean, that's not excluded by topography or roads or anything like that. I mean, there's
No access. There isn't any access. The only access to this parcel is from the highway. And it's all parcel, the whole parcel is owned by one property owner.
right, but
If-
that property owner could put a house in the back lot and commercial in the front if they wanted to.
If they wanted to. And at some point, I can't remember exactly how it looked on the map, but the school was also, the street for the school is going to be close to this too, somehow. I can't remember how it looked, but there was a area that it would be close, but not on it. So no, the actual access is currently right off the highway. And the only way they could get a house is if they put a 400 foot or about at least a 250 foot driveway. So in the back, that's how they do it.
Looking at the aerial photographs, it looks like there was a road on the eastern boundary of this parcel.
It's this for the school, for USU.
Oh, the one time it was just a dirt road.
Nope.
Okay.
So it's, I think they actually bought that land to build the road. It's all part of the school, USU.
I see.
Any other questions for Mary? Okay, well, Mary, if you'd like to stick around, we'll invite you to make a comment after public comment as well. With that, I am going to open the public hearing. I see one person has already posted in chat. So just want to say again, if you'd like to make a comment, please just drop something in the chat in lieu of a comment card. We'll invite you in the order that your chats come in to make a comment. And we do ask that just for the sake of time, we try and keep those comments to about 3 minutes. And someone may interrupt you if you are taking that to the extreme and let you know that time is running short. So I see Cisneros, excuse me, Senis, oh, I apologize, I'm not saying your name right, and Tangreen. If you'd like to come off mute and make your comment, you're welcome to.
Hi guys, can you see me and hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Off to the sides here, I've got our in-laws, Kay and Judy Tangerine. We collectively own the 2 parcels to the south of this rezone
That are immediately adjacent,
that are actually adjacent.
not the campus.
I want to try to correct a couple of things. I hope I don't go too long here. You guys stayed in here that this parcel is adjacent to the school. It is not really actually adjacent to the school. The part that it is adjacent to, if you look at the plat that you have there, is the piece of property right next to us that goes right along, which does have a road on it. And that's owned by the state of Utah. And that road provides access to the campus, which is on the southern side of our parcels. The other side of that little dagger there that Moab City carved out right along that piece of Utah property is the Holyoaks. And they're right on the other side of us. You know, we like to brag. We got one of the best views in the valley here. We do. And the chunk of land that this is on that particular piece of property for Mr. Dalton, for the residential part, it does have probably about a 15-foot rise on it currently. And the way that they're accessing that is by going across his existing property and up a drive onto the back. And on top, they used to keep drill pipe and all sorts of stuff up there. You know, through this whole thing, I just want to make clear, this is not adjacent to the campus. This is not like it's extending the campus or anything else. And Mr. Walker, your point asking about the road, like I said, that is Utah state land right there. It is annexed into the city. It's kind of like this really funky little piece. And if I remember correctly, Judy, that was originally supposed to be the access road into.
That was the original plan, but that's been changed.
That was the original plan way back, way before they built the road to nowhere where it is right now, where we can see it coming up on top, and then the campus is up on top of this top there. So I don't know, we've been kind of going back and forth and talking about this. I can't say that we're necessarily, you know, totally opposed to changing that down there. But we're a bit concerned doing it in the middle of the sale and not having an idea of what might end up down there. You know, and like Mary said, I guarantee you, up and down the whole corridor there. And I know you guys, you know, way back when, before all of you probably, back in the 60s, right? I mean, that's when they did this whole buffer all the way down the highway, and then it gets wider as you go out into the valley. And it does split a lot of property. So where do you start? Where do you stop with that? You know, this particular property, yeah, it is 2 parcels. It's about 3 acres in total. The back parcel there, that's a triangle that you're talking about rezoning to highway commercial. That would make this back part kind of square, that they would have to then deal with quite a bit of dirt work back there. Like I said, there's about a 15-foot rise back there. Plenty of room to put a modular home or a nice stick-built home. And you'd also actually have a great view of the valley right there too.
And I'd like to add, why, with all the cries about a housing crisis in this valley, are you even entertaining taking something out of rural residential and putting it into highway commercial?
You know, and with highway commercial, I understand that we can still expect housing on there. I understand that there's single family housing units, there's multifamily units, there's all sorts of different things that happen with highway commercial. Do I want to see that right over the edge of my house? And I don't know, is it going to be entertaining and fitting with the community out here? I mean, look, everybody's more interested about hitting the gas, getting out of town right here than they are anything else. So
This takes you to about 4.5 or 5 minutes. Do you want to wrap
thank
up
you.
and then we'll move on?
There's 4 of us here.
I was going to say there's 4 of us here, so
That's why I let it go. I just
But,
wanted to let you know. So yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Like I said, we've been talking about it back and forth. I don't know. My gut says leave it as it is, because I think that there's enough issue with the space as it is that it concedes to be more in the vein of being rural residential on the backside, particularly if you come out and take a look at the property
And fitting with the character of our
and
community.
fitting
here
with
on
the
hill.
character. And as far as access is concerned, you know, if that did get, you know, the point does come all the way down. You know, honestly, a tip of my property here is actually highway commercial here too. Part of my property is also Moab City too, apparently. So
We're not in favor of this right now. We know it may be revisited later, but
yeah,
there's too many unknowns. And this impacts us more than anybody else. So
and Mary, I love you, and I understand that the saleability of it, but we're living next to it too, and I'd like my say on whatever project might happen there too.
Thank you both.
Anything else?
no.
No.
Okay.
We're good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Would you
Hope
do
you
me a
do the
favor
right
and just
thing.
state your names for the record, just so that we have them all?
Yeah, my name's
Captured.
it's Matt and Lisa Ceniceros and Kay and Judy Tan Green with 2 E's.
And I apologize for not pronouncing your name correctly there. I saw an
Okay.
N towards the end.
That's okay. Everybody murders it.
Well, I appreciate
I
it. And thank you
still
very
do.
much for your comments.
It's good seeing you, Mary. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Bye-bye.
is there anyone else who'd like to make a comment as part of this public hearing? Mary, if you'd like to make a comment, we'll grant one more opportunity to make 3-minute comment, and then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
I don't really have any much more to say, but if that's still that road that's built there, that state road, that all happened right about the time the school was going in. So I just assumed it was part of the school. And
It could be, and honestly, right now, we actually maintain that road up here.
It goes across like that.
That goes.
you have access, right? That's your
Yeah.
access.
That's the access, but we maintain it.
Yeah, and it's only like 15 feet or something. It's not an actual road.
Yeah, but yeah.
And that's the kind of road that they would have to build, like they'd have to build some kind of an access to the back parcel. And I
Ex-
totally understand the housing behind you next to a highway commercial. Had that problem forever.
Yep, no, I know it. But yeah, it's their parcel 66 feet. It's just wide enough for a road.
All right, well,
But
thank
they
you
went
very
in a
much.
different direction. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, Mary, did you conclude your comment as well?
I don't think anything else to say.
All right, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Public hearings over Zoom or? So
You're telling me I'm glad I got out of it before we had to do this.
I
This
apologize
is
for
what I
speaking
get to
over,
do.
but I appreciate everyone, helping us to kind of maintain some regularity. So thank you. I'm
You're welcome.
not seeing any other requests for comment. I'm going to close this public hearing at 5:25. And commissioners, if we have any questions for staff or questions of the applicant to clarify anything, that's fine, but let's try and withhold any comments on the specific merits of this application until after there's a motion on the table. And if you'd like to make a motion, you can make your comments first. So does anyone have any questions for staff or clarifying comments? Nope. All right, would somebody like to make a motion? We do
Well,
have to
so
make
we-
a motion one way or another. Sorry, Bob,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make a motion so we can have a discussion. I moved forward a favorable recommendation for the rezone for the property located at 4090 South Highway 191, shown on the boundary survey dated 5/20/20 to highway commercial. I don't have a
Wait, you need a
Oh.
second. So motion by Bob, is there a second? Seconded by Garish. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
I don't have a gigantic opinion on this. I think it's probably warranted. Mary is right when she talks about a lot of properties being split zoned when kind of this arbitrary amount of from the center of Highway 191 on either side was done probably makes it a bit difficult for selling and sometimes developing property, but people, of course, have developed property with different things on both sections. I'm interested to hear what other people think.
And I just realized, Bob, I didn't have you state the motion. So do me a favor for the sake of the record and go ahead and state the motion in full, and then we'll just, we'll revise our process there. Did you make
Didn't
it?
I think
Did
I
you?
did state it, yes.
Sorry, hiccup. All
That's
right.
good.
Thank you for your comments. I've always got to have one of those to keep the meetings going. That's my Monday afternoon trait. Okay, sorry about that. Garris, did you have any comments you wanted to make as the second?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. If the proposal was to change the zoning from of the portion adjacent to the highway from highway commercial to residential, I would be very much in favor of it. I am really concerned about expanding commercial uses into residential areas. And almost without exception, I've always voted against these types of rezones. And I haven't seen or heard any arguments in this matter that changes my general opinion about zoning residential property as commercial.
Kevin?
I'll go. Yeah, I think as Mary alluded to, a few years ago, before some of you were on the planning commission, we had a real flurry of these rezone requests for split parcels along Highway 191. And they were very much a mixed bag. Sometimes it would be something that was majority residential with a little corner of highway commercial, and sometimes it was the reverse. Sometimes there were existing commercial uses on the rural residential part, sometimes not. This particular proposal seems to land right in the middle of that variety. I should say that I was not always convinced that the split zoning was reason to rezone the residential areas to the commercial ones. This one's the parcel's about 50-50. There is some existing commercial use on the rural residential part, but it seems, as far as I can tell, it's just parking trucks. It's not like there's buildings or elaborate development there. I do think that if someone wanted to put a house on the roughly 1 acre that's rural residential, that one could figure out the access. And if you zoom out on the map in this general area, there people do live on that side of the highway. We sometimes forget it driving by, but there are people who live in that general area, and they seem to like it there. But I do feel torn on this, because I think it is, it has been used in a commercial way. This is not an existing house or an existing lot that's just ready to be built on. It's a place where people have been parking trucks for a long time. So that leaves me a little uncertain how to proceed.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the citizen concern about the tendency to rezone, to essentially upzone these split parcels over the last several years has been due to the sort of pipeline of upzoning a split zone into then some sort of overnight accommodations use, which was what we were seeing. And now that is no longer the most likely outcome, I should say. It's certainly a possible outcome should the county council approve extensions of the OAO zone, or excuse me, overlay. That does, I think, change the situation here just a little bit, as far as it being more in line with the types of impact you might see from having a parcel located near to, if not necessarily directly adjacent from a highway commercial area. And the split zoning is an issue we have to, I think, probably continue to look at. Precedent isn't reason enough to do something, given the just situation with the city, the relation, the relative location with regard to the university. I feel generally comfortable with this. It's not easy, and it's not an easy decision. It doesn't make it doesn't make everyone happy, and I recognize that, and that's always a very difficult part of our jobs. But
Ms. Campbell? I'm
Garish,
sorry.
no, I'm so sorry. The public hearing is closed.
I just have one clarifying question about the OAO. Is something I did mean to ask. Does the overlay for overnight accommodations extend into the rezone in question?
It does not. So if a future or current landowner wish to apply the OAO to their parcel, they would need to submit a separate application, and the county commission would have to approve that separate from anything that's being discussed this evening. So it is not a use by right in any underlying zones. And that's the comment that I was making, is when it was a use by right in highway commercial, we did see some of these parcels get upzoned the full parcel, and then quickly thereafter turned into some sort of overnight accommodation. But that would be several steps away if that were to happen in this case.
Perfect. I really appreciate you taking the time to answer that.
Absolutely.
That's exactly why I asked it. We meant to ask it.
It's not, it takes a lot of people asking questions to make sure that the community is aware of that. So I appreciate you raising it.
It's about communication. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Garish, go ahead.
One avenue that the Daltons have here is to go ahead and petition the city to have this property annexed. And if in fact the city is interested in annexing this problem or this property, then they could zone it as they see appropriate. If they annex it as it is now, then they could make a decision about what is the best fit for Moab City at that time.
Mila, could you just clarify and restate the city's position as stated, and to what extent that should weigh into this conversation? And Garish, I appreciate your comments. That raises for me some questions. So.
Yeah, I mean, the city has this property on their proposed annexation map. They're not, independently acting on that right now, but they have included it as fully C4 if it were to be annexed.
Mila, can I piggyback off of that question, which is understanding that it seems like commercial now is kind of what we're looking for. And if it's made commercial now within the county, is there anything permissible that it would not be permissible as commercial annexed to the city? Does that make sense?
I have not compared the use table for the C4 city zone to the highway commercial zone in the county.
All right. Are there any other comments, Brian? I know you haven't weighed in. I don't know if you want to. You don't have to, but if you'd like to, now's your time.
Well, I think with this, we're kind of setting a precedent. I think there's several other parcels closer to town that are still in the county and they have split zones. And so if we approve this, it kind of sets a precedence for their future applications for people if they want to. So this is kind of in my mind, kind of a precedent setting decision right here. And I think with the campus coming, there's going to be needs for services right next door to the campus. We know that, annexing into the city C4 allows multiple usage. I think I'm in favor for the zone change.
All right. Well, with that, I'll put out one last call for comments, or else I'll call the question. Bob, did you want to say something? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call the question on Bob's motion, which he did indeed say. My apologies. To forward a favorable recommendation to rezone the property located at 1490 South Highway 191, shown in the boundary survey dated 5/20/20 to highway commercial, seconded by Garish. All in favor of Bob's motion, raise your hand or say aye. Okay, Bob, Brian, Emily, all opposed. Garish, Kevin, is Josie abstaining? and 1 abstention. So that is a 5-2 with 1 abstention favorable recommendation. And thank you, everybody, for your comments and conversation and patience as we continue to work out the kinks of doing this over the internet. So thank you. All right. Thank you, Mary. Lovely to
Hi,
see
Moab.
you.
My Planning Commission friends. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Nice
You
to
did a
see
great
you,
job,
Mary.
Mila. Nice to
Thanks,
see all you
everybody.
again. I'm glad I'm not there.
Enjoy your wine.
It's good to see you, Mary. We miss you.
I can't miss Planning Commission, but I miss you guys.
Oh, that's certainly sweet of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to my wine.
All right. So that takes us to our second public hearing, the first in the packet materials. So that was flipped. Creekside PUD amendment at 3373 South Creekside Lane to change the minimum lot size from 1 acre to 0.3 acres. Mila is going to give a staff report. Same thing. We'll invite the applicant to make comments if they'd like. Then we will open the public hearing. If you would like to make a comment, Marion, I see you. So please, anyone else, if you'd like to make a comment, just type I would have a comment and we will invite you to come off mute in the order. Mila, the only thing I'm going to add is part of your staff report. I think it would be great if you could just acknowledge some of the clarifying comments that you provided over email related to some questions that were raised by one person who wrote a letter. I think it's just most appropriate to raise that as part of the staff report so that we can clarify that on the record.
Sure.
Great.
And I'll probably have to look that up when it's time for that. I don't have it super handy, but okay. So this is 3373 Creekside Lane. The size of the property is 6.48 acres. It is part of Creekside Estates PUD, which was approved in July of 1997 for a total of 12 lots. It was developed in 2 phases. Phase 1 was 6 lots. Those have already been platted. Those are a minimum of 1 acre. Phase 2, as written on the 1997 plat, also has a minimum size of 1 acre and allows for 6 lots. The applicant is asking to reduce the minimum lot size from 1 acre to 0.3 acres. This is something that is currently supported by the planned unit development tool in our code. The land is zoned rural residential, which has a minimum lot size of 1 acre. So if he did not reduce this, I mean, essentially the way that it's written, he doesn't need a PUD. There's no change to the underlying zone. 6 acres would allow for 6 1-acre parcels. So reducing the minimum lot size allows the applicant to fully use the planned unit development tool, which the intention is to cluster development and leave larger contiguous acreage undeveloped and undevelopable. The applicant has an approved preliminary plat by the DRT, not by Planning Commission, of course, but the DRT has seen no issues with the 0.3 acre lot sizes. Everything works for the layout. The applicant is entitled to 6 lots and they are proposing 6 lots. They're clustering the lots in the northwest corner of the property and then leaving a much larger tract undeveloped in the other side. Well, with 1 house on it that already exists. This is the only change. This is a PUD amendment. Since this has not been developed yet, this would be a possibility now. There's nothing in the CC&Rs that specifically prohibit this. The only thing that's changed on this, or the only thing that would be changed is the development stipulations on the plat. This was in 1987 approved without an ordinance. We didn't, I guess, County Commission didn't do that back then, so the plat is the only information we have to guide that particular part of the development. I believe that at least a few of the concerns raised in the letter that we had, that Emily was referring to, one of which was increased density. And as I've stated, there's no increased density in this PUD amendment. It's simply changing the lot size to allow for clustered development. The other was the road, and the road you know, both these roads, East Bench and Creekside Lanes, this tract A was planned to have 6 lots. It still has 6 lots. There's no change there. There's nothing that I saw in the easement, the reciprocal easement, that would change anything. All the mentions of this tract A in the easement documents and in the CCNRs essentially state that tract A will have 6 lots. They don't state anything specific or prohibitive as far as minimum lot size or any change to that being specifically disallowed. It just says that it will have 6 lots, which this proposal has 6 lots. Emily, do you have it in front of you? Was there something? I can look for it real quick, that letter. I'm not sure if there were
I don't,
another.
but I think you covered the gist.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that any additional clarification that staff provided to us was also just mentioned on the record, since it wasn't then in the packet. So
Yes. Yeah. And so I think that really the most important thing to remember here in considering this application is that there is not an increase in density. This is 6 lots allowed. The applicant is not asking to increase density. They're just asking to change the arrangement of the lots.
okay.
I think that's all I got.
Yep, I have it open, so I'm just looking at it real quick.
Okay. And I can find it too. I just don't have it handy.
Nope, you touched on the density. You touched on there was an error that you corrected, as far, it looked like there were 2 lots that were called 4.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 lots proposed, not 7. The proposal is for 6 lots. So thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Garish.
Yeah, I have a question, Mila. I think we had a letter or an email from someone who gave us a copy of the CCNRs or referenced the CCNRs within that HOA. Does that have any, do the CCNRs have any bearing on the decision that we make?
Not as written. They're in your packet as well if you'd like to review them. But as far as I can see, they just mentioned that tract A will have 6 lots, which it will have. And these lots, I assume, will be subject to the same CCNRs.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is the county in the business of enforcing CCNRs, as long as a proposal comes in that is compliant with our code. In this case, it's our code, the code section dealing with planned use developments. If a proposal comes in that's compliant with our code, does the county have an obligation or any reason to be even looking at the CCNRs?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complex. So for one thing, there's no conflict that I see right now with these CCNRs and what the applicant is asking. So I think that's the most important part. The second part, just to answer your question as a whole, the county does not have an interest in approving something that's counter to anything in CCNRs. So we generally try to, review any applicable sections and, make sure that there's nothing that would specifically be disallowed. But also no, in general, the county does not enforce CCNRs. So we try not to approve something that's contrary to it. But, for instance, if someone is doing something that's not allowed by the CCNRs, then we do not approve that. Or then we don't enforce that.
Bila, I had a question about the CCNR document. So leaving aside the issue of whether the county should be enforcing this, it wasn't clear to me that the CCNRs included tract A. It just mentions lots 1 through 6, which are the ones that got subdivided originally. Am I reading that correctly, or do you just not want to go there with the CCNRs?
It may not, in which case it really doesn't have any bearing on ours. I think that I think I was looking at one that has is this the amended? There is an amended version, which I believe is not in your packet, which I can
Oh.
send around. But no, they mostly deal with lots 1 through 6. And then as far as I know, they say that there will be future subdivision of tract A.
Okay, well, that might explain, because it seemed like some of the public comments we were getting about the CCNRs didn't match up with the version of the CCNRs that are in our packet, but
Yeah, that's, I feel the same way. I've seen, so this number 23 says that tract A shall be further subdivided. And then the rest of it refers to lots 1 through 6.
yeah, but that just, but it never says that tract A is part of the HOA in the version. that's in the
No, I
packet.
don't think it does.
Okay. But if some of the public people during the public comment session want to comment on that, I'd be interested to know.
Mm-hmm. And I can look at the, so that's the 1997 one is what we have, and it does not refer to any of these lots that are proposed. And then the amended and restated covenants are from 2019. And I'm looking at them now, and they also are in reference to simply lots 1 through 6. So it is the same, and it also just suggests that East Bench Road will potentially serve tract A. So as far as I can read them, and I'm not an attorney, but as far as I read them, they do say they do only specify lots 1 through 6.
Mila, can you quickly just email those just in case any
Sure.
any citizens speaking do comment on it? We can cross-reference.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I had one other quick question, which is, it seems to me, one of the things we received today, a person was concerned about setbacks
Mhm.
not being far enough. Are the setbacks that we have in compliance with our code?
So this particular PUD amendment does not contemplate a change in setbacks.
Okay.
This is just to change the minimum lot size.
Yeah, I was also curious about that. So you're saying that this is not going to make any change in setbacks, either internal to the tract A or on the boundary of tract A?
No, this amendment does not contemplate any change in setbacks.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
They would be as stated on the plat. And I don't, I mean, as far as I read either the easement document, which I've also sent to you for the road and any of the CCNRs, it does not, nowhere talks about the lot size for tract A. So it doesn't specifically prohibit this at all.
And then supposing it, suppose this were a PUD that, no one had built on yet, just someone submits a PUD and then they come back later and they want to change it. That's more or less the same procedure we're going through now. And so if it says minimum 1 acre lot on a plat, that's true, but they're just asking to change that, and we can do that by a vote.
And that's why the code treats a PUD amendment request, a major amendment request, which is what this is, as a rezone. So this is why the same considerations, you'll see considerations for approval are the same as they were for the Dalton rezone project earlier, because this is treated as a text and zoning map amendment by our code. Because essentially that's what we're doing.
Okay. So on a similar proposal recently, there was some where there were some clustering of smaller lots and then leaving a big lot as agricultural space. There was concern expressed that large lot might in the future sometime be subdivided. What is that sort of strictly off the table, or that could be done with another plat rezone situation?
I mean, currently it would be the same. So basically the short answer is no, that's not possible. Like, this is going to be restricted to 6 lots. That's what's allowed. That's what's allowed by the code density. A PUD does not allow for an increase in density. That's the most important part to remember. And it only allows for a reconfiguration of lot dimensions so that you can cluster development. And by clustering development, we end up with open space that is not developed. I think the question is, you can always go down the road of, well, you could rezone something in the future and that would change it. And that is true. However, that's true for all property in the entire county, is that it could be changed at some point were there to be a rezone. So I don't, it's not an issue for consideration, is if this property in the future were to be rezoned, could the density change? The answer to that question is always going to be yes, no matter what project you're considering.
Okay.
So no, currently
Well-
it would not be able to be developed at all.
Okay, I think I understand your answer, thanks. But a variation on it, my understanding is that, sometimes when you do a PUD, you actually get a density bonus. That by clustering things and leaving some open space, you're actually able to put, more than 12 lots on a 12-acre parcel. That has not been requested in this PUD, but
No.
in the future, if someone came and requested that, saying, hey, look, our houses are clustered, we've got some open space, that should entitle us to 2 additional lots. Is that, easier possible, or is there something here where we've just said, it's going to be 12 lots, period, no more for this PUD?
Yeah, this PUD was only approved for 12 lots, and that hasn't changed. So they're not, at least as far as I know, they don't qualify for the affordable housing bonus in our PUD rules, and I don't believe that they also qualify for the open space bonus either. So right now, there's no density bonuses that are being contemplated with this PUD.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Bill, I have a question. As far as setbacks go, are the setbacks that are specified in the CCNRs the same as the setbacks in rural residential or in what is being proposed in this PUD?
The setbacks are not proposed to change.
So it's 20 feet, 20-foot side and 30 foot from the front of the property line?
So it's interesting because the setbacks on the original plat are not what's stated in the CCNRs. So that would be a legal question of which one supersedes. But in any case, this application before us today does not contemplate any change in setbacks. It only contemplates 1 acre moving to 0.3 acres for minimum lot size.
So the setbacks specified in our code will be met with this proposal.
Whatever the setbacks are that govern the PUD, whether that's the ones in the CCNR or the ones that are on the plat, would be what would still be consistent for this proposal. Yes.
Well, if we're not enforcing the CCNRs, or if the county doesn't enforce the CCNRs, then it's the proposal that would be approved and not reviewing the setbacks specified in the CCNRs. Is that right?
Yeah, we would not be changing any of the setbacks either on the plat or in the CCNRs.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Mr. White, I see you. If you'd like to come off of mute, you're welcome to tell us a little bit about this application. Oh, Mr. White, are you frozen?
You may be frozen.
Okay. Well, if you can hear us, oh, he's dropped. Let's go ahead and give him a moment to rejoin. And while we're waiting for that, so I pulled up in the background what you just sent us, which was the revised CCNRs from 2019. And I just want to point out that what I do see in here is language of one dwelling per lot, not a 1 acre lot. And, I just want to, there's no so much question for staff, but I could see that, especially given how the current area is laid out, that could lead to some confusion. So, hopefully as people come in, they'll be able to clarify. And Mr. White, I see you back here to join us. So if you want to come off of mute, great. We'll invite you to speak. Larry? Yes? Mila, you may be able to unmute. There we go.
There we go.
Hello, perfect.
Hi there, how are you doing today?
Great, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, a little internet glitch. I was listening to the conversation about overdevelopment, the CCNRs, enforcing CCNRs, and the setbacks. I sent in a proposed CCNRs from my 6 lots in my packet, which would, I understood, in a legal briefing that I had gotten from Christine Malone about 5 years ago. I've been in the office several times to start and stop this process, and we had some concerns about my CCNRs, and Christine said I never logged on, signed on to lots 1 through 6, and that my lots in my 6 acres would be considered under new CCNRs, and I would draft my own setbacks and my own set of rules for my 6 lots. That was her hired opinion when I hired her, right, to research that for me. Does anybody know anything about that?
I think I'll just respond to that real quick if it's okay. I think that that is supported by what we are reading about these CCNRs, in that the current recorded version do not contemplate the newest 6 lots. So that makes sense. And I think, we should just remember that we are not looking at the preliminary plat and the new CCNRs right now, but that, that would be later for the preliminary plat process. This is just the PUD amendment. But that does clarify that the current version of the CCNRs that we're all reading does not contemplate these lots. So it sounds like they do only apply to those first 6 lots.
Okay, thank you, Mila. Second, there was some verbiage as to no development on other parts of my property. All parts of the property are platted out in building lots. I just made that 2-acre piece, that larger piece, a 2-acre lot, and so there is no open space or any undeveloped parcels or any lot openings, or however you want to verbiage it, to the lot. So every part of the lot, the 6 acres, will be a building lot. Is that clear? Or is there any question on that?
I'll just respond to that one more time too. I think that the same thing came up with our last PUD discussion, in that we're using open space as a slightly fluid term, and you're exactly right. There is no technically public open space that will be part of this at all. It is just not going to, I guess I don't really know how else to say it, but there's one residence and that's all that's going to stay on that parcel, essentially. It's just a larger lot. I suppose that's what we should say.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding on that. Well, if I have any comments, I'd just like to say that it seems like I have fallen in with all the requirements, and I've tried to do a really, good job to lay this out for the neighborhood. 30 years of thought. I started this at 97, so I bought the property in 92. So once this is all done in another 10 years, I'm doing it slowly. I'm not selling the lots in one day. It's a 10-year build out. So I've taken that into consideration for all my neighbors, that it's a very slow and mild impact on the neighborhood, not all at once. So.
Emily, were you trying to talk?
Sorry, I had screaming children. I put my backup mute on. Garish, go ahead.
I have a question for Larry. The 2019 CCNRs speak to the East Bench Road public right-of-way dedication. And I'm just curious as to what your interest is in having East Bench Road being a public right-of-way instead of a private, I guess it's an alley or private road.
What's my personal preference or my intention?
Your intention.
My intention is to keep it private for, like instead, and there's plat notes on my original filing that says East Bench Road will become public only if and when, or I should say Creekside will become public only if and when East Bench Road becomes a public right of way to meet it. Because we went around, well, more than 5 blocks with the Planning Commission way back in 96 and 97 because they wanted Creekside to be a public road, and they gave me that kind of bone that, well, when East Bench Road becomes public, then you have to turn Creekside public. No one in the neighborhood ever intends, East Bench to become a public right of way. So I gave that concession to the Planning Commission because I knew in my lifetime that would never become a public road. So we really, really enjoy our neighborhood and private out there. So it's worked very well the last 30 years. I don't know how many people have been out there or how long you've been in Moab, but it's been done very well.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so with that, at 6:03, I will open the public hearing. I see that some people have already commented that they would like to comment. So I just want to remind everyone, if you would like to make a comment, please post in the chat that you would like to comment. If you are on YouTube, you're welcome to join and post that. And then after everyone's made a comment, I'll also make sure that if anyone is on the phone or is unable to chat, that you also have an opportunity to make your comment. The last thing I'll say, 2 things I'll say. One is if you are referencing the covenants, if you wouldn't mind, you don't have to, there's no requirement, but if you are referencing the covenants, if you could just point us to where you're looking or which version, that would be very helpful to us understanding your comments in context. And I also just want to make sure that we know that this is our opportunity to hear from the public, but this is not a back and forth. So we will ask you to state your name at the front of your comment and try and keep your comments to about 3 minutes. And if they're going significantly over, I will interrupt you. And once you've had your chance to speak, to please go back on mute and give everyone else the opportunity to speak as well. So Marion Wardley, I see that you would like to make a comment. Would you like to come off of mute?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I can't do the video. I've tried, but I couldn't get it to work.
It's all right.
I'm a resident and I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association, but today I'm not speaking on behalf of them, except to say that we've had so little notice of this proposal that we've not been able to convene and actually express an opinion as a group. About half of the members received no notification of this whatsoever. And we've been pushing out what information we can to those people. So I don't know why that happened, but for that reason, we're requesting that this is actually postponed to another meeting because we don't feel like everyone's had a chance to comment. Secondly, from my personal perspective, I just wanted to correct a few things or maybe suggest some things. First of all, on the setbacks, the reason I wrote that in my response about the setbacks is because on the Planned Unit Development Preliminary Plat, there is a note on the right-hand side that says proposed setbacks. And those are changed from the rural residential 1 setbacks by 5 foot on either dimension. So that was why I asked whether the setbacks are being changed. So I believe the setbacks are being changed from RR1. And I'm just going to leave it at that. On the 1 acre lots, I believe that the CC&Rs, I've just been trying to read both versions. Both versions do state that each lot will only have one detached single family dwelling and attached garage unless a variance is formally approved by a majority vote. That is the CC&Rs that apply to units 1 through 6 in the first stage of development. and is also in the CCNRs that were enclosed in the packet, which are the earlier CCNRs. You stated, Mila, that there's no development currently on the property. That's not true. There is a duplex and a single family home currently on the tracts. The CCNRs do exist. I think we clarified that one, so I'll leave that note. And then I have a question, which is that the preliminary plat shows, well, the first one we received from Mr. White showed 2 lot 4s, one of which was the road plot. So even those of us who were informed were not given the correct plat. My husband wrote to Mila, and he was the person whose comments were being discussed earlier, and he was supplied with the preliminary PUD preliminary plat that we are all looking at that's in the packet of materials. And you will see that it still is divided into 7 lots or areas, but the road is not given a lot number, and it's really unclear who will own the road. And then as, as a final comment I would like to make is, if this, first of all, I object to I understand that the density is not being reduced, and we're still only having 1 dwelling per lot. But nevertheless, the effect of the cluster development is to cluster it close to Creekside and our part of the development, whilst leaving the supposed open space, which of course is not accessible to anyone except the owner of that big space. That is far from us, and the only people who benefit from that would be Mr. White and maybe the people who have 2 lots on East Bench Road. So I don't actually go along with the idea that this benefits anybody, that this provides any more open space for the residents of the rest of Creekside Estates. And I don't really have further comments, just looking at my note. Oh yes, on the easement that was provided, that refers to 6 1-acre lots. So what that leaves us in a very difficult situation, because the easement says that when the second tract, Larry's tract, is subdivided, that they will then have to pay more for road maintenance. Currently, Mr. White pays 1/7 of the road upkeep and maintenance, and the rest of us pay 1/6 each. He already has 3 dwellings or three households living and using that road, yet he only pays 1/7. And the easement says that when his plot is subdivided into 6 1-acre lots, that he has to make, we can change the share of the maintenance of the road, but that leaves the homeowners on the first phase in a difficult position if the size of the lots is changed, and therefore they won't have an equal share. And so that makes it difficult to negotiate for us, and we're not sure how we're going to proceed with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. I know that there were some questions that could be raised for staff, but let's put those aside until after we've had a chance for citizens to speak, and then we'll go ahead and address them. So Brian Parkin, I see you next, and I have been throughout this kind of going up more towards 4 or 5 minutes, but I am going to ask you to keep it within that range. Thank you.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. First thing I'd like to comment on is the response from staff about was the existing zone for the property adopted in error, and Miller has responded somewhat. The applicant has stated that the existing 1-acre lot minimum sizes were not predicated on any future plans, but were simply a placeholder. That's simply not true, because I refer you to the final plat of Creekside's estate. And if you look on the right-hand side, I'm going to start on my video here, see if that works. On the right-hand side, there's a development stipulations box, and it actually states minimum lot size 1 acre, phase 2, single family residential, 1 acre. And the acreage for that is 6.4 acres, number of units 6. So there it is, black and white from 1997. And further on the right-hand side, there's Mr. White's signature. So he can't state that there was any ambiguity here. There's no ambiguity. Larry signed off on that. So he knows it was 6 acre lots with 1 residence per acre, 1 single family home per acre. He signed off on that. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. On the setbacks, on that particular document, the final plat for Creekside PUD, it's got setbacks of front 25, side 15, rear 25. And then if you look at the proposed preliminary plat for what Larry wants to do now, the setbacks have all been reduced by 5 feet, front 20, side 10, rear 15. So I don't buy the fact that people are stating that there's no difference in setbacks, because there's clearly a 5-foot difference between all of those setbacks. Let me see what else I have down here. Yeah, no proper notice was given to residents. Now, a number of residents just simply didn't get the letter. And the letter that was sent out was not the right one. It had 2 lot 4s. When I contacted Mila in my letter last week, she corrected all of the points, but it was very worrying when Miller stated that Creekside Lane and East Bench Road were dedicated to the county. And that's simply not true. They're private roads. And if Miller has made such a basic error of judgment on the status of the road, I think that everybody should take more time. I think Miller should look at this again. I think the committee should look at this again. And because proper notice was not given, and because this, although the exhibits didn't go up until Thursday night, maybe Friday, we've only had the weekend to look at them, I would recommend that this gets deferred for another time. And they are my comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, Scott Anderson, I see that you would like to make a comment.
Yes, can you hear?
We can.
Yeah, first of all, let me start by saying that I am not opposed, my wife and I, as being 2 adjacent lots near this, are not opposed to development. We are not opposed to 1 acre developments, as were clearly and previously stipulated. Also, I want to make most of the time that we have available to us today to really petition the committee and commission for a deferment on this decision or forming an opinion. Let me share just from my notes today 7 things that are out of line. First of all, we were only noticed with documentation on 9/25 for a 9/28 meeting. Maybe it was 9/24, but nevertheless, we get 16 hours of business hours to reach and do our due diligence. Of that time, I understand that Mila is very busy. So this is not an intent to shed any light on Mila. I am understanding that she has many, many things on her responsibility list and needs more help. All we're saying is we need sufficient time to reach out. I tried to reach Mila twice today and have not been responded to, and that's similar for everyone that's reached out. Okay. It's not a personal poke at all. It's simply stating that her area is understaffed and she needs more time and resources to respond to us. Secondly, there were multiple people reporting they didn't receive notice. That's already been gone. The documents were incomplete. I can share with you that their documents were incomplete and not accurate. We've already had some of those come out. The documents that were corrected were not sent back out. The amended CC&Rs are not available to us. I just heard that from this meeting. Maybe they will come now. And the biggest contradiction I've heard at all is I have been shared multiple times from Mila directly that this is in favor under the new PUD open space guidelines because there will be open space. This is contrary to what Larry has just shared with us today. That lot, as proposed, lot 6, can be developed. this is directly a contradiction to what has been shared with us and the reason to argue for this PUD, okay? So we will be making a petition to have this formally delayed and tabled until we have sufficient time for due diligence. Thank you to Brian for clarifying that yes, indeed, the setbacks are being requested for change. In the original, they were 30 front, 20 side, 20 side, 20 rear in the current creek side. The county is 25 front, 20 rear, 15 side, and Larry's proposal was 20 front, 10 side, 15 rear, significantly less. The may be very close to time, and again, we'll be making a formal request to have this tabled with time for due diligence. But I will say the largest and glaring contradiction in all of this today is it does not take into effect the current structures on Larry's property, meaning of the structures that exist there today, there would have to be removal and scraping of part of those in order to fit on 1 acre, primarily of the piece lot 2. I'm in favor of 1 acre. Everyone along here I've talked to is in favor of 1 acre. We're not trying to disrupt anyone's right to develop their land, but it needs to be in compliance and in alignment with what everyone for the last 25, 30 years has been sold on this, and that is that we live on 1 acre parcels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Kathy Beeman, I see that you'd like to make a comment. You're welcome to come off of mute.
Hi, this is Todd Beeman. I'm with my wife Kathy, and we are Larry's neighbor to the east. And one of my big concerns was I think we might have been a little misled on the open area, this lot 6 that's on the plot. And it was a little confusing to me earlier when it was originally stated that it will remain open area, but there's no guarantee that it will remain. And I worry
an open area.
If it can't remain open area, that he could potentially develop 6 more or close to 5 more 1/3 acre lots in that open area, which to me would be, we would not be in favor of that at all. I am in favor of development out in this area, along with what was suggested with the other neighbors of 1 acre parcels. And I worry that if this is accepted and move forward, that it might set a precedence for other larger lots out here wanting to do the same, put in, very small 1/3 acre lots. So basically that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beeman. Kathy Beeman, I notice you're still unmuted. Did you want to make comments too, ma'am, or? No, okay. All right. Did anybody else who's currently on the call wish to make a comment? If you're unable to use the chat box, you're welcome to come off of mute and say, I would like to make a comment right now.
I would like to make a comment.
Okay, lovely. Could you state your full name, please?
Sure. This is Jeff Berniger, and I'm here with my wife, Christina. Basically, we have not received any paperwork, so we would just like to have this meeting postponed until we receive it and we can do our due diligence. And we appreciate everyone who has come forward and come to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. It looks like Rick Davidson has a hand raised. I'm not totally sure when Zoom allows that or not. But if you'd like to come off of mute, Mr. Davidson, you're welcome. Okay. Is anybody else here to make a comment that would like to and has not already? All right, Mr. White, we'll give you 3 minutes to make a comment as well, and then we will close the public hearing. And you don't have to use the time, but you're welcome to if you'd like.
Well, thank you. I do apologize. Mila if you have any recollection of the day, I think it was a week from last Wednesday or 2 weeks from last Wednesday that I got the mailing list from you, and you sent that to me, or I came by your office and picked that up. Do you have that date in your records? And you gave me
I don't have the date on me right now, but all the noticing requirements were fulfilled. And, unfortunately, we're all aware that the national mail seems to be a little bit slow, but these days, we posted the signs and the county noticed, and the mailed notice was all sent out at the proper times.
I posted the signs I think the day after you gave them to me, and I mailed very hurriedly. I got to the post office that same day and wrote out 30 letters and mailed them all. And I asked if they needed to be certified, and I think the response was they weren't. And so why they didn't get to, I apologize, but I made 30 letters as fast as I could get them in the mail by that time. I got them in the mail that Wednesday. So I don't know why they didn't get to you. So it wasn't intentional. So I understand your angst. Yeah, does the PUD stimulate that the code says that I can change my lot lines into smaller lots, correct?
You can have, that's why we're here today, because you can make a PUD amendment. And if that is approved by the county commission, then that would change the minimum lot size of the PUD.
Okay. Second issue, we went over, I think 2 or 3 times, that lot 6 can never be subdivided again. There's been 3 concerns about more lots, more lots, more lots. There's no more lots. Can it be, I don't know if people didn't hear it, didn't understand, but 6 lots, 6 acres, that is it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct. There will be no more subdivision of lot 6 after these 6 lots are platted.
One final question. I've been into the county now 4, maybe 5 times to start this rezoning or amending of my PUD. And I was told that in a new PUD, which I told this was a new separate individual PUD, that I'm allowed to write my own setbacks. I can change those setbacks. Do you have an answer for that question?
So I think we should really try to avoid talking about that. It's not an issue with this PUD amendment, that we are not considering the preliminary plat at this meeting.
Okay.
So I would recommend that we don't discuss the setback question right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Davidson, I'm going to give you another chance to come off mute because I see you with your hand raised and I see your name in my box here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead and make your comment, sir.
I'm sorry, not very computer savvy.
You're
just
good
a couple
company.
just a couple of things. I'm in line with everyone else. We have no problem with Larry developing property, but we also would just like it to be 1 acre lots. In the comment, the people that were on the very first rezoning thing, the cluster development just does not fit in the community as it is right now. Each person has 1 acre lots. And by doing that, it just changes the whole aesthetics of the community. It would be a beautiful spot if he developed 1 acre lots, and none of us are against that. The other concern though is by setting this precedence, behind us, there's 11 acres of land that if you set this precedence now, what is going to happen if that 11 acres behind us, they could do the exact same thing again, and we could have, many, many, many more houses. So, there's some concerns there. And also I did not receive a letter. Where Larry's sign is, yes, he had it up, but there's a lot of people that don't even go down to the end of that road. So I even had to call a couple of our neighbors to see if they even saw the public notice, which they did not. So there really wasn't a lot of advertisement for us to be able to know what was even going on. I don't even live in, I'm a Moab or Utah resident, but I spend most of my time in the summer in another place. And so I didn't even know it was there. And then when I didn't get a letter, it was I was just out of luck, it seems like. So anyway, I would like to have this postponed too, so that we would all have an opportunity to do our due diligence. And that's my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. All right, this is last opportunity before we close the public hearing. If you would like to make a comment and you have not already, you're welcome to post in chat or come off of mute. I'm going to give it just a few seconds. And if you have spoken, if you could please just mute yourself, that would be helpful. Okay, so 6:27. 310-694. I think you already made your comments, but I'd like to just confirm. Yes. Okay, let's just make sure everyone's muted. So we'll close the public hearing then. All right, so there's a few items I think it's worth just going down and addressing just kind of one after another real quick, and then we'll have some open discussion. So first of all, I think just moving forward, we need to have clarification from staff. I know this is the second PUD, where this has come up around the definition of open space and how we talk about it with regards to it. Mila, could you just clarify how we currently use that term in our code and how it was applied with regards to this PUD application? And then we can have a future considerations conversation about how we might remove confusion moving forward.
Yeah, so open space is generally considered to be public access. There's no public access open space as contemplated as part of this PUD, nor does there need to be. PUDs are used to cluster development, which essentially just means a few smaller lots and one larger lot. It's all private, it's all developable, it's all the same underlying density, it's just a different lot configuration. So essentially it's meant to preserve agricultural land and habitat. That's the idea with clustered development. And this PUD does, or this current proposal does preserve agricultural land on that lot 6. But no, there's no public open space contemplated as part of this PUD, nor does there need to be.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So it isn't there, it doesn't need to be there. I do think it's worth just on the staff side thinking about how to clarify that going forward so we don't have this, because I can see how that can be very confusing. Okay, so there was some questions about additional subdivision that has been answered. So the full PUD is for 12 units. If this were to be accepted by the county commission between both halves of this, there would be no further subdivision of that lot 6 or any of these lots allowable in the future. Okay. Okay, awesome. Because we are not looking at a preliminary plat, any setbacks that are included are for potential demonstration purposes, but are not to weigh on the commission decision today. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I would also like to add that for the people that are saying that they didn't see documentation, the applicant provided the preliminary plat as an example of what he was hoping to do with the 0.3 acre lots and did not need to provide that at all. The only thing contemplated here is the change in that single cell of the table on the Creekside Estates plat. So that preliminary plat was provided at the applicant's discretion for additional information for the notice, but it wasn't necessary. So, the fact that that preliminary plat had a few errors in it really doesn't have any bearing on this discussion.
All right, thank you.
Did I get some clarification on that, Mila? So you're saying all we're doing now is getting rid of the 1 acre minimum lot size? And
there's no preliminary plat.
Okay, so if he comes back in the future with a completely different way of utilizing the smaller lot size and a different way of clustering, are we obligated to approve that, or can we say, no, that's not what we had in mind, or how does that work?
It would go through any of the regular preliminary plat process. So, essentially right now, as far as a new PUD goes, there's, the minimum lot size is specified by the applicant. And that's what Larry is suggesting he can do.
Okay, but
with
is it
this
an administrative decision or a legislative decision?
So the stipulations of a new PUD are a legislative decision, and that's if the Planning Commission considers it to be, you know, a reasonable project and a good idea. Once those stipulations have been, or once the PUD has all been, you know, sort of defined, then the preliminary plat is an administrative decision. And so the preliminary plat just needs to meet the regulations in the land use code and the stipulations of the PUD. So when this comes back as a preliminary plat, if the Planning Commission were to reduce the minimum lot size to 0.3, then as long as everything else had been, all the other standards have been met in our code and the lot sizes were 0.3 acres or above, then it would be an administrative decision.
Okay, so because I guess that can, I mean, I was inclined to be in favor of this because I thought that the way that the lots were configured was not so very different than, you know, where buildings will be located with 1 acre lots. But if we're committing ourselves to, you know, approve any sort of subdivision that utilizes 0.3 acre lots, maybe one where all the houses are clustered on the southern boundary or something, that seems very different to me. So I guess I'm disappointed that I don't know. It gives me pause to approve smaller lot sizes without knowing what the configuration is.
I mean, you know, and to that, the only thing that I can say is that the applicant has this as a preliminary plat that has gone through the whole process and actually already paid the fee and everything. So this is absolutely their intention in terms of what's to be developed. And staff found this discrepancy between what the plat allows and what the preliminary plat shows, and advised the applicant that they needed to take this route to be able to bring their preliminary plat before the commission. So, you know, I think, unfortunately, you know, so most PUDs have a master plan, and that's what would guide the development. This PUD did not, because it was prior to that requirement. I'm trying to think if we would be able to, you know, approve this preliminary plat as a master plan, but I'm not sure that we can with an amendment like this. So, yeah, I think we probably just need to trust that the applicant is intending to do this preliminary plat that they've provided. And
So there's not some way that we can link the two decisions or do the, you know, both decisions, you know, approve the plat and this at once, same time, or immediately after each other?
Could we put the condition on, if we were to vote with a favorable recommendation, could we put a condition that before it was brought to the county council, we wanted to have the county attorney review whether that was a possibility and consider presenting that as a possibility at the time the commission were to, okay.
Sure. And you could also, I mean, I wonder if you can condition the amendment on the preliminary plat approval, potentially. Although then it wouldn't be able to be approved via the commission. I think that would be a little bit backwards in timing. So yeah, that's probably a good way to go. We can condition that that amendment on you know, county attorney review, and then if the attorney decides that you can have that as a master plan, then, you know, that's the agenda item that would be presented to the council commission.
So just to clarify then, I'm going to restate this for the commission as well as for myself. So one option that this body has, should someone choose to make this motion, would be to move to amend the, add the amendment to the recommended motion that, subject to county attorney approval, to approve. I guess it would be a second motion. So we would make a first motion relative to the PUD and probably a second motion as opposed to an amendment to that or an additive to that. Am I hearing that? Am I restating that correctly? Don't we normally use them as two different motions? That we would look at at any sort of master plan, preliminary plat as a master plan, we would look at a master plan separately, or we would include that in one motion?
I think we could include it as one motion, and I would suggest, you know, but you would need to decide if, so essentially if you feel that the only path to approval or to forwarding a recommendation for approval is if this preliminary plat is treated as a master plan, Then you could condition the motion on county attorney review and approval of the preliminary plat as a master plan. If it was not contingent on that, then I would suggest just forwarding approval, and then I can make sure that that happens, that we can investigate that possibility.
Garish?
Seems to be quite unusual. I don't remember ever seeing a PUD come before the planning commission where it was asking for us to recommend a lot size. To me, this kind of seems out of sync, and I'm wondering if, in fact, the PUD can have whatever size lot is approved with the master plan. Why we're even discussing a smaller or larger minimum lot size at this stage? It seems like we are kind of jumping the gun on what the meat of the matter is whether the plan for the PUD makes sense. So I guess I'm inclined to say, or question, why are we even talking about minimum lot sizes at this point in time? And I would suggest that maybe we should wait until we have a preliminary plat, which is typically the first thing that we see when a PUD comes before us. Have a preliminary plat to review and either recommend or for or against.
Just really quick on that. We have had this back and forth about whether or not the Planning Commission would table applications that require a recommendation to the County Commission. And I think we've decided that it's not something that if Planning Commission were to postpone to a specific date, it would just move forward to the County Commission. Am I correct in that, Mila? That's the way Zachariah was running it as of the last year or so.
It can. An applicant can bring their application before the County Commission.
Yeah, but in this case, I don't know what the commission would be looking at, because
yeah,
we're
Garish,
saying,
can I respond real quick? So
Yeah.
the confusion is that this is not a new PUD. So this is a previously approved PUD, and phase 2, if you look at the plat on Creekside Estates, 1997, it says phase 2 has a 1 acre minimum lot size. So for the applicant to be able to bring you a preliminary plat that has smaller lots, they need to have a PUD amendment to that plat. So we're contemplating amending the approved PUD to change that minimum lot size. That's not an administrative decision. That is considered a major amendment, and that goes before the County Commission and the Planning Commission. So the applicant has a preliminary plat that they would love to bring before the Planning Commission, but as currently configured, they can't because it's in opposition to the approved PUD lot sizes from 1997.
And just to repeat, yeah, I didn't follow all the legal stuff you were saying, Mila, but my hope is that we can find some way of approving the minimum lot size in conjunction with approving this particular master plan, so that we're not writing a blank check, for any, subdivision that has, some 0.3 acre lots in it. And I'm hoping that there's some way to do that. And if we need to postpone a little while to figure out what that way is, I'm happy to postpone.
If that case, I would recommend a negative recommendation with the information that we recommend postponement. And I think that would provide the most clarification to County Commission if we were to recommend that they postpone.
And I would say if the landowner came in with a preliminary plat that showed smaller than 1 acre parcels, that could be part of what he's proposing, and we could make a recommendation based on that at that time. It seems like we're out of sync, but Mila, you're the expert, but I've been doing this for a while, and to me, it just seems like we are being asked to make a recommendation on, what happens next? Does the if we said, yes, we recommend to the county commission that they change the minimum lot size from 1 acre to 0.3 acres, that they do that, and the county commission can go, well, what's this all about, without having a plat in front of them. To me, it just seems like it's kind of convoluted, and it would be a lot cleaner if we postponed until we had a proposal before us, which was recommend or for or against this PUD as he has envisioned it.
So Garish, he can't bring a preliminary plat before you that has anything under 1 acre lots, because that's currently not allowed by the PUD. So this is the process that he has to take to be allowed to bring that preliminary plat to the Planning Commission. So the problem is that this is not a new PUD. And that's one of the reasons that staff supports this application, is that if this were a new PUD, that's exactly what you would be seeing. You would be seeing a preliminary plat, which would essentially be a master plan. You'd see a master plan, and you'd see, you know, the lot size stipulations and, you know, all the rest. They can change their setbacks, you know, all of the regular PUD, you know, allowances that we have in our land use code. However, this is already a PUD. So this applicant has to comply with the standards that were already set back in 1997. So he can't bring a different proposal before you. So the reason that this amendment is before us today, and that we have to decide on this amendment prior to the preliminary plat, is that the applicant needs to be allowed to use the PUD, you know, the tool to cluster development, to be able to bring you that preliminary plat. So right now it says phase 2 can only have 1 acre lots. So what the Planning Commission and the County Commission would need to do is remove that stipulation, so that then the applicant can take advantage of clustering and bring you their preliminary plat, which has over 0.3 acre lots. I think they're 0.35, just about.
And was he prohibited from first submitting it, like requesting that the Planning Commission at the same time consider? No, because it would need to be approved by the County Commission before the Planning. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
we could, I mean, if you wanted to, you could approve the preliminary plat, but it's, you know, it was advised that we just do this amendment first.
Okay.
So one thing we've heard.
Hold on, Kevin, and then Garish.
So could we make the PUD amendment also add a master plan in addition to, you know, changing the minimum lot size? You sort of upgrade it from old-fashioned PUD into a modern PUD, you know, which would have-
Right, that's essentially what you'd be doing.
Yeah, so why can't we do that? Then it's all one decision altogether.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question for the county attorney, because the original, you know, the original PUD was approved prior to master plans and prior even to approving ordinances. So all we have is the original plat and the CC&Rs. So, you know, this PUD amendment doesn't carry with it a master plan requirement, because it is just an amendment to an existing PUD. So
it's just amending.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how you would incorporate that.
To a new master plan, which
But this is the caveat that we could potentially place on our motion, is
that it would be,
if the county attorney felt that this in the packet could be considered a master plan, then we would recommend else. And we might make two motions tonight to say, if the county attorney thinks this, then we recommend. And if there is significant interest in providing the alternative of it, the county doesn't, then we recommend. We can make those motions to send as much clarity to the county commission as we feel appropriate, given the degree of participation of an interest of neighbors here. Garish, you had a comment.
Yeah, my concern about doing that at this stage, Emily, is that as long as it was clear that we're going to get another bite of the apple so we can look at the plan in detail and make recommendations on the plan. But I would, at this stage, I would feel very uncomfortable, because I think there are a lot of unknowns to say we recommend a minimum 0.3 acre lot size, and we recommend adoption of this master plan.
If that's the case, then what I'd like to see us do tonight is make if that is what you feel, then I'd like you to make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation, because I'm uncomfortable with us trying to postpone it, given that the applicant can still move forward to county commission, and that would move forward without our recommendation one way or another. So I think we want to make a recommendation one way or another tonight. And if you think that at this point, given what we have, you would not recommend county commission to make a favorable recommendation, or excuse me, to make a favorable decision on this, then we should send that recommendation through, that advisory through to the county commission. So yeah.
We could also, I mean, you could also condition a favorable recommendation on county attorney approval of a master plan.
Right.
Essentially.
So
you know,
let's recap our possibilities in a moment after we've had conversation before we have anyone make a motion. But Kevin, I just want to make sure you get a chance to speak as well.
I just a few other things before we actually make a motion or something. So based on what I've heard so far, I don't think that this particular proposal for clustering, I don't think it's a bad idea. I would be inclined to improve it, but I thought the neighbors and the other commenters did make a good point that, despite everyone's best efforts, a lot of people didn't get much notification. And so they were asking for a postponement just because they wanted more time to marshal their arguments. And I think that's a fair request. I mean, the applicant themselves said this is going on in slow motion. It's going to take a long time. So I think if we wait an extra meeting or two to get this done, that's fine. I should, and also I'm just hoping at some point this evening that we can comment on the merits of the proposal. I mean, I'd like to address some of the things we've heard. And
let's wait until there's a motion on the table and we'll discuss that. So that was the last thing I had on my note, was the notification standards that have been raised. So staff acknowledged that the publication of notice was made sufficient to code, that posting the applicant had, and did we confirm, did post the notice on their property sufficient to code. So the question now is with regards to mailing. Now, I did hear the applicant say that they asked the mails to be certified. I may have misheard that, but that was in the final comments of the application as far as what I heard. So, what is our current process? Because I know we've kind of gone around the bench on this, and noticing has come up consistently. Staff is required, I believe, to provide the applicant with the list of names. The applicant is required to post those letters. Mr. Wright, I don't want to get into a full sort of conversation about this, but could you clarify if you did send the mail certified, and if you did, if you got confirmation of receipts of your notifications?
Did not send certified. I asked staff if they needed to be, and they said it did not.
Thank you for clarifying. I apologize that I misheard you. Okay.
We only asked for an affidavit of mailed notice, which we have. And I will say that, this is a recommendation, and there will be another public hearing at County Council in, whatever it is, 6 weeks or something along those lines. So this is certainly not the last time for public comment.
All right. Okay. So, and then that also, just from the conversation we've had over the last 30 minutes, addresses the incomplete documentation, because that was there as context, but was not required, and therefore any typos or issues were not substantive to this decision this evening. So, okay. So Mila, could you do me a favor and just recap? I've heard a few different options of how we might proceed. So we could make a flat approval. We could make a flat, not approval. We could recommend to County Commission that they make an approval. We can recommend to County Commission that they deny this request. We can postpone, but I personally am uncomfortable with that, given that I think it's necessary for County Commission to have the context of this conversation, and that the applicant can move forward anyway. Until I'm told otherwise by County Commission, I am under the impression, and I think it's right, that this body should make a recommendation one way or another. We can we can recommend to postpone. We can certainly include that in our recommendation. And I think that would be the more appropriate way to go. And then Mila, could you just restate, I heard two different options for conditioning various motions on county attorney review. Could you just restate those just so that we all know what our options are for anybody to make a motion?
Yeah, so essentially, so one other thing to keep in mind is that there is still a 4-week legal review in between Planning Commission and scheduling for County Council. And so that means that it wouldn't even be noticed. So usually that's another 2 or 3 weeks after the 4-week review until County Council. So there is still a significant amount of time before this would come to a decision. And then County Council usually votes after that. So lots of time for a public hearing to occur on the other end. So yes, either approval of 0.3 acre lot sizes, approval or forward a negative recommendation for the whole question. I think if the commission is mostly interested in approving the plan as is, I believe what we should do is make a motion for approval conditioned on this preliminary plat being recorded as a master plan for the PUD. And we can see if and then that would be what, we would have attorney review to see if that is something that we can do, that we can add that master plan requirement. And it may be also that the council is perfectly able to add that as a requirement outside of the requirements of of what would be here originally. So, I would say that you can, condition the approval on the preliminary plat that is, I believe it has a date and it's included in the packet.
Okay, so is everybody clear on the options before us? Does anyone have any additional questions for Mila? If not, I will go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, I think I understood Mila's last proposal about making the PUD amendment conditional upon the plat being approved as a master plan. I'm wondering if it would make sense for us just to make our intent clear to the county commission to first pass the motion saying that just sending a negative recommendation that we approve the plan amendment with only the lot acreage size and nothing else attached. And then the next motion could be we send a favorable recommendation under the condition. But I'm fine with either of those possibilities.
Okay, if there are no other questions for staff, Garish, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd feel more comfortable in up or down vote for approval or recommendation or not recommending on the 0.3 acres, knowing that we would have an opportunity to have the preliminary plat presented to us the way that it's intended to be done, where it comes in, public hearing, we review. That seems to be, to me, it makes more sense than to try to say, okay, we are also recommending the preliminary plat at this time, even though staff has told us that the preliminary plat was just thrown into the packet and what isn't really part of the question, which is the 0.3 acres or not.
So Garish, I understand your comments, but what we've been advised from staff is that that is not something that we can do sufficient to our code, given the fact that this is an existing PUD and we are looking at a PUD amendment that lacks a master plan. So we can provide some additional caveat for clarification from the county attorney in order to provide the most contextual recommendation to county commission, but just making a denial simply on the grounds of that. I mean, we can send a recommendation to deny as a legislative decision. We don't have to justify that. We could send a recommendation to deny, but what we won't see is that then results in the outcome you're looking for. So I highly recommend that that's not the approach that we take for anybody making a motion.
The outcome that I'm looking for is an up or down vote by this body on the motion as it's written in the packet.
Then I would say, do you want to make that motion and we'll go ahead and consider it and vote on it?
I believe the motion has already been made, hasn't it?
No, we haven't made a motion. We're clarifying with staff because there are so many questions and sort of, particulars to this, but Mila, go ahead.
So I think, at issue here is that usually you wouldn't be considering a minimum lot size, like you're saying, Garish, before you see a plan, right? Usually we have a PUD and it is associated with a master plan. So, in that case, I think that if you like this plan, if you like this layout, I would highly recommend forwarding a favorable recommendation conditioned on this preliminary plat being used as a master plan, or on the addition of a master plan, which layout specifically matches that of the preliminary plat in the packet. If you don't like, if that's a project that you would like to see happen, if there's an unfavorable recommendation and if this PUD amendment fails, then the only option the applicant has is 1 acre lots, which is, it's essentially not using a PUD at all. I mean, that entirely invalidates their PUD approval pretty much, because rural residential allows for 1 acre lots regardless. So you would see the same subdivision that you would see regardless of if there was a PUD or not. So essentially what, if you like the layout that we have and would like to see that project happen, I would recommend sending a favorable recommendation conditioned on the inclusion of this as a master plan, which hopefully we can do. It may be, I think it's a legislative decision by the county commission, in which case they can, usually add whatever conditions they see fit within reason. And we have the layout, we have a preliminary plat that can, most of our applicants actually use their preliminary plats as a master plan because we require them to be surveyed and to be laid out basically to the same requirements as a preliminary plat. So, and we know that this has already been through DRT, so there are no lingering issues in that regard. So it would already be sufficient as a master plan were you want to add that.
Mila, I'm a little bit confused with recommending the preliminary plat for a master plan and whether or not that edifies the change in setbacks that are on that plat.
Right. So that's a good question. So essentially what I would say is that you can condition the approval on the layout on the preliminary plat. And you could specifically say not including setbacks. And, that being said, a master plan and a preliminary plat, a master plan does guide the development. And so that would end up including those setbacks, which we could absolutely just strike from that master plan.
We could do that in our recommendation and say striking okay, all right.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, we could just vote on the motion as it's stated in the packet and not talk about the preliminary plat or master plan at this stage.
We could, and we could take the applicant on their word of their intent, but to Kevin's point, that would leave open the possibility that the county commission approves the amendment to the PUD of the smaller lot sizes without looking at, without also considering any sort of master plan amendment, which could potentially lead to a transfer of ownership and other possibilities that I think have been raised by some commissioners. It's not something they'd like to see, that could lead to a different outcome than we're looking at, right? There's no guarantee. It's not to say that the applicant isn't here in good faith, but there is always that possibility. And so I think what Kevin has suggested, what Mila has suggested, provides potentially a little bit more direction or certainty, even if that were to be something that the county attorney felt like we could move forward with. Kevin?
Can I make a motion then?
Please do. Yep.
Okay, so I move that we forward a favorable recommendation to the county commission for this PUD amendment conditional on two things. One is that part of, this plat that we've looked at becomes the master plan for the PUD. And the second condition is I think the setbacks along the southern boundary should match the setbacks that are specified in that, HOA, which I think are about 5 feet larger than the default rural residential setbacks.
Okay, is there a
I
second?
second this.
Okay, made by Kevin, seconded by Bob. I just want to clarify with Mila, and then Kevin, I'll give you a chance to speak. So the motion is as stated with the first amendment that the plat included in tonight's packet be recognized as the master plan for the PUD, and second, that setbacks along the southern boundary match the setbacks as stated in the CCNR of the HOA. Did I capture that right? Okay, really quick before we discuss any recommended changes to that, Mila, before we start any discussion, or is that sufficient to your understanding of what? Okay, great. So Kevin, go ahead.
Okay, so I think all of you know that, but hopefully Mila can convey to the county commission is that the intention of this motion is, if it passes, we're not in favor of, any lot configuration that contains 0.3 acre lots. We're just endorsing this particular one that we've seen. And if they want to change it some different thing, that's not being approved. So I don't want to write a blank check, to turn this into an administrative decision where anything that meets certain minimal requirements gets approved. So that's the intent of the motion. And Mila's nodding, so I'm assuming that means we have accomplished that intent. Let's see. So so I think, I certainly, now I finally want to get to the substance of the issue. I understand that, these issues about minimum lot size and clustering and density, those are important issues. And I think we should definitely, whenever we're making it, somehow changing the rules, we should listen to what neighbors have to say. And I think, typically we tend to think just in terms of like some overall density, like how many, building lots are going to be available on the 6 acre parcel, and that has not changed. But, more recently, we've heard from some people that, they don't like clustering. Like if, you lived beside, a 10 acre lot and which is zoned rural residential, and you figure, okay, eventually there's going to be 1 house per acre out there. I'm fine with that. And then suddenly it turns out there are going to be 10 houses, but they're all going to be right next to you. That's a big difference. And so I, would not feel comfortable approving something that, clustered in such a way that is violating the expectations of people who have already bought here, assuming the zoning is going to change. But when I look at the plat that's been submitted, and let me actually look at it now, the smaller lots are clustered at the northwestern corner of the property, which is not adjacent to the other people within this PUD. The 2 lots, the density right next to the other members of this PUD is not, it's not anything out of the ordinary for rural residential. I guess the other observation I would make is if you wanted to put houses exactly in the places envisioned by this, by this plat that we've been given, you could probably keep the houses in place and just redraw the lot lines to make them all 1 acre. So it's not, or you could move the houses just a tiny bit. So I think that this is not an example of, it's not like that 10 acre example I gave a couple of minutes ago, where, by clustering houses, someone's suddenly, a lot closer to a lot more houses than they expected to be, given that their neighbors were zoned rural residential. I think here it does relatively little of that. And so even though I understand that, 6 acres, not all ways of putting 6 houses on a 6 acre lot are the same, it seems to me this one isn't so far from what a 1 acre, strict 1 acre minimum lot size would produce. And there was one other point. Oh, but I do think, the reason I included the thing about the setbacks, even though it seems like strictly speaking, this tract A is not part of the HOA for there, I think, it is part of the PUD. I think people there had expectations of certain setbacks. And I think especially when you're asking, the county for some flexibility to get a different lot configuration with different minimum lot sizes, I think you should, just as a general rule, we should do the setbacks to minimize the impacts on neighboring properties. So I think it's fine if the internal setbacks between the smaller lots are smaller, but I don't think that the setbacks, to the external neighbors should be smaller. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Bob, did you have any comments?
No additional comments.
Oh. Bob?
Well summarized. So I have no additional comments.
All right, and we've lost Mila, so hopefully she'll rejoin us. Does anyone else have any other comments or want to speak to? Yeah, Josie?
Well, I have one more question on the setbacks is, should there also be a northern setbacks in relation to the property owners on the other side of the Bench Road private drive for those front setbacks?
Maybe if you want to make that amendment, I'll second it.
Okay, so yeah, I amend to include that frontage as well as the southern side of keeping the original setbacks.
I mean, should it
So
maybe
just to confirm,
full
so you'll
external?
need, yeah, so you'll need to make a motion and it'll need to be seconded. And are you moving to amend all of the external setbacks to conform to the HOA of the
Yeah,
original PUD?
actually, I mean, just sorry to interrupt it. I guess it occurs to me that the reason I included just the southern boundary is, that's part of the same PUD.
Right.
And the people outside the PUD, I guess their reasonable expectation would just be the default setbacks for rural residential. So I'm not opposed to what you're saying, but I think
right,
it makes sense.
Because I think we heard public comment from at least one property owner on the north side, which is not to say that holds the same weight as folks that are within the original PUD. And so just to clarify that frontage setbacks in rural residential 1 are 20 feet, is that correct? Does anybody know? As opposed to 25?
Mila, could you clarify? I don't have the code open in front of me.
Yeah, I was having
Okay,
trouble
so
finding
rural
it.
residential front setbacks are 25 feet.
25 feet, okay. So just because it does say 20 feet in the preliminary plat for the phase 2, move to extend that amendment to all of the exterior boundary.
Okay, is there a second?
second.
Okay, so motion made by Josie and seconded by Garish to extend the second amendment to the original motion as stated in the packet by Kevin to extend all external setbacks to align with rural residential 1 25-foot. Okay. All right, so we're not going to vote on that quite yet. Let's have some discussion and then we'll vote on that and then we'll have further discussion. Does anyone else have any other amendments to Kevin's motion that they would like to make?
Well, we can't make other amendments until this one's disposed of, I think.
Well, we can, okay. I mean, we can have multiple motions on the table and we can choose to take them up or not. Let me ask an easy question. Is everyone comfortable with Kevin's motion and the amendment by Josie as being the two motions that are being considered? Yes? Anyone else have anything else to add? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll vote on Josie's amendment. So all in favor of amending Kevin's motion for the second condition, that not only would the setbacks along the southern boundary map the setbacks in the HOA, but that all external setbacks match 25 feet as stipulated in land use code for rural residential 1. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Ryan, I see you. Okay, 6 in favor. Rachel's not here. All right, so now we have an amendment motion on the table. Is there any other discussion about Kevin's motion or any additional amendments to make? Otherwise, I'm going to call the question. Gary?
I just have a question. So it seems like what the proponent is attempting to do here is to replow old ground rather than just start with a brand new PUD proposal. And it's, I just have never seen this happen before. And so I'm just still a little confused as to what in the world we're doing here. It seems like it would be.
PUD proposal because this is already it as part of an existing PUD. So the only thing that the applicant can do is amend the existing PUD. So they can't scrap it and say the PUD doesn't apply to my land. I want to give this new one.
Why not?
Because there's an existing PUD.
Well,
So they can't, so they can, I guess, amend themselves out somehow and the county commission can redraw the boundaries of the original PUD. That's, I guess, a possibility, but honestly, that's, I mean, and I'm not sure, Mila, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't see how we get to a different outcome with that as we would to what we're doing tonight, so.
No, this is the only way forward. The applicant has a platted PUD. So, you know, as far as the county is concerned, that is the lay of the land right now. And if they want to change that, they need to amend that original approval, which is what we're doing here today. And there have been lots of projects where we've come back to amend an original approval. It's the same thing, you know, we had an HDHO project that came back for 2 extra lots. Same kind of process. They had to amend their original approval because that land right now is governed by the restrictions that are on the plat that are part of that original PUD. And the applicant cannot change those without permission from the county commission. So that's what we're doing, is we're asking for the county commission to approve this preliminary plat, this layout that the applicant has proposed.
Well, in that case, I would say that we have not noticed this correctly because there's nothing in the, other than the inclusion of a preliminary plat in the packet, there is no mention anywhere that that is part of what is being proposed. What is being proposed is changing the PUD from 1 acre minimum lot size to 0.3. That's all.
So
I'm suggesting
But
that.
the motion is that would only, I mean, we're not making a decision, we're making a recommendation, and our recommendation to the county commission is that they only approve that if this other stuff that's in the packet, you know, this particular subdivision is also approved at the same time.
And Mila has told us that she feels comfortable that she can provide the necessary context to the county attorney and also to the county commission, that we are not making an open-ended recommendation and also suggesting that this, that the proposed PUD in the packet that, you know, isn't, if that is not something that the county attorney feels comfortable holding, if there's any question about noticing, if there's any legal issue, that the county attorney will catch that and our recommendation will not go forward as a favorable recommendation. If you feel comfortable that I don't think it's necessary, we can have a second motion this evening that says if that doesn't go through, we recommend an unfavorable recommendation, but I feel comfortable that that is captured by the motion that was made by Kevin and the context that I know Mila can provide. But I hear what you're saying. I think there's some open questions here, but generally speaking, we feel comfortable moving this forward for legal review and then to have the proper context for the county commission to consider this.
Well, what I'm speaking to is proper noticing. And if in the paper it said what's coming before the planning commission is a change in lot size and recommendation on a preliminary plat, I would say we are on firm ground. But since the notice only spoke in general about what is being proposed here in our motion, I'm not sure that we have met the intent of what our code says we should do.
I mean, if I'm understanding correctly, I think we've exceeded that intent because what we might have done is just say, okay, yeah, 0.3 acre minimum lot size, come back later and show us, your preliminary plat, and by then it'll be an administrative decision. And so we, that would have been a very permissive decision if we had made it. And instead, what we're doing is something that's much more restrictive than what was noticed in the paper. We're saying we only want to approve this 0.3 acre lot size with this particular lot configuration and not these other things. So I don't think there's any problem with the noticing.
And this is not accepting, we are recommending this as a master plan. So consider this as the master plan. We are not recommending the specific acceptance of a preliminary plat. We are recommending that the layout, including the master plan, and subject to these setbacks, be included as the restrictions on which we recommend that the county commission apply the amendment to the PUD, at which point the applicant would still need to submit their preliminary plat, and it would go through the proper noticing and the proper context, just as we would have if this was a new PUD.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that in that we never have to notice conditions. I mean, conditions of a motion are something that the body decides at that time. The motion is the amendment to the PUD, which was absolutely noticed correctly. And the conditions are that which the Planning Commission is adding. And we never notice conditions because we don't necessarily know what those will be. And that's the legislative discretion of the Planning Commission.
So I'd like to go ahead and call the question, unless there is a significant change. Let's have this motion, because I don't feel as though there's any additional context that hasn't already been addressed that would sufficiently change the nature of this. So Kevin?
Can I make a comment? This is not what we've talked about before. Just very briefly, I did say I was concerned about the noticing not doing the job it should have done, but I think Emily pointed out that this isn't the final decision, and there will be another chance to comment on this when it goes to the county commission. So because of that, I'm comfortable going ahead, even though the noticing was imperfect.
And everyone who has commented tonight can feel comfortable that your comments have been heard, that are in the record, and you will have ample opportunity. There is a 1-month legal or 4-week legal review, followed by another noticing period, followed by a public hearing in front of the county commission. So this is not to say that we don't, it's to the subject of our land use code, the noticing requirements were followed, but you do have another opportunity to have your voice heard. We recommend that you communicate with your neighbors and connect with your county commissioner prior to that hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question and hopefully not butcher it. So the question on the table, made by Kevin and seconded by Bob, I think. Yes, thank you. Okay, so the stated motion is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county commission to change the minimum lot size for phase 2 of the Creekside planned unit development located at 3373 Creekside Lane, parcel number 020C RK0008 to 0.3 acres, subject to the following 2 conditions: that the plat as included in the Planning Commission packet on September 28th be considered the master plan for the PUD, and that the following changes are made to that setbacks along the southern boundary match the setbacks stated in the HOA adopted in 1997 and renewed in 2019, and that all external setbacks are 25 feet as subject to rural residential 1 in the land use code. So motion on the table. All in favor of this motion, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, Brian, Bob, Kevin, Josie, Emily, all opposed, raise your hand. Garish, okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I realize that especially with these older PUDs and such, these can be very difficult. I do think we need to get clarification over the way that we refer to open space, either in our code or not, and also in these meetings, just because that seems to be a source of continued confusion. So thank you, everybody who came to speak during the public hearing tonight. Thank you, Mr. White, for your time. Okay, so we are going to move on. It is 7:20. We've been sitting here for hours. Does anybody need a quick break, or are we comfortable trying to plow through to the end? Okay, quick break. So it's 7:20. At 7:25, we're going to come back, okay? Hey, Mila, since you're here, my Bluetooth is doing weird things. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Weird. My little AirPod has been digging me for the last hour. I don't know why.
Oh, I know my internet just died 5 minutes ago or somehow and got kicked off the meeting, and then I had to rejoin, and
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. It seems like it's okay now.
Good. All right. Well,
Yeah.
looks like your internet needed a 5-minute break too. Well,
I guess so.
30-second break.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does get tired.
Yep. Yep. I know.
Do you want to talk about the small area plan stuff? Is that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great.
So I think what we'll do is we'll do the last 2 bullets, the small area plan, which we've already had those conversations sort of ongoing. So hopefully those will go sort of fast. And then we'll wrap up.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I had an epic little kid fight happening just outside that wall for about 40 minutes there. I say fight, jumping on the trampoline. So
You're great at noise control. It doesn't ever come through.
Oh, it's, well, got this thing.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I've done enough webinars where I haven't had noise control to learn my lesson.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yep. I tell you what, though, I'm looking forward to not working in my bedroom. It'll be a good day.
Oh my gosh, I know. It's so interesting. We'll see what happens when we all have to move inside for the winter.
We'll see what happens. I'm trying to move outside. I'm trying to spend as much time working outside as I can. So I got a Wi-Fi extender so that I can work outside and not, sound like a robot.
Yeah, I know they got one of those at the library. That seems awesome.
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Makes a huge difference. So, thank goodness for technology, making sitting in a chair for 12 hours just a heck of a lot easier. I tell you what. Oh, Mary, you're so sweet. I miss you.
I know. I think it's so interesting. I think that these Zoom meetings actually make it easier for some people to participate and harder for others. It's sort of it's a trade-off either direction, I think. The answer really would be both options.
I like the access that it gives, I mean, we've had people on the commission, off the commission, attend the meeting with kids in the room. I think it changes the nature of whose voices can be heard, but it is also it's also challenging. So, hopefully, at some point we will all be able to meet in person again. And when we do, maybe we can find ways to bring the accessibility of this experience into the room without sort of one extreme or the other. So,
yeah, that's what I would hope, is that we can continue some electronic access, because I think it does open up the ability of some people to attend in a way that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
I agree. I agree.
We'll see. The TV or the screen in the chambers is so awkwardly large for having
Takes up
people.
half the room. We could always just do our meetings as the weatherman and have staff present at the front.
Exactly.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's see. Kevin and Josie, let me know when you're back and we'll go ahead and move forward and try and wrap up. We haven't had one of these really long nights in a while, got to shake things up. All right. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move forward. 7:25. For those who are still in the meeting, you're welcome to remain on. We will now move back to the conversation we were having in the first hour of tonight's evening on the small area plan discussion items. So we have reviewed the view shed standards and feel comfortable with where that draft sits to move it forward to legal review. We've discussed the boundaries and feel comfortable there. So now we'll move on to looking again at the resort special use table. Kevin noticed that there were some discrepancies from the minutes. So Mila, if you have any comments there, go ahead and kick us off. And then I think what we should do is just do the same thing we did last week and go top to bottom and call out any concerns or discrepancies and just try and just line item. So Really quick, commissioners, just to keep things moving, you know, if we're feeling comfortable with it, let's just go, go, go. If anyone has any concerns, bring it up at the time that we're at that line item. And at the end, we'll feel pretty comfortable that everybody's on the same page, more or less, okay?
Would it maybe be quicker if we just spoke up for something? Because we've already been through it line by line at the last meeting. We could just say if we have a concern or something we think ought to change.
Let's just go block by block for the sake of our heads to stay focused. And I think that'll help also with the minutes. But yeah, like I don't think we need to line item and red line everything. So let's start with just looking at household living and group living as a block. And Mila, I'll let you sort of drive going forward.
Sure. And, you know, just to the point that Kevin was making earlier, you know, this is the reason that we're going through these one more time. I tried to capture what I heard and what I had from my notes, but, you know, if it's wrong, then, you know, just tell me. That's why we're here. So we'll get the draft the way that you want it to look, hopefully. So this draft does show the changes from the current resort special situation. So anything in black is current, is the way that it already is in our code. Anything in green and underlined is added, and anything in red and struck through is deleted.
Really quick, for the sake of anyone listening, I know color blindness can cause green and red to get confused.
Oh,
Can we
sorry.
just state, no, you're totally fine, but just state anything that's additive and anything that's being recommended to be striked, just so that it's completely clear.
Yes, and also it should still be obvious based on the look of the strike through and the underline.
Thank you.
Okay, so household living, we have not changed those three black Ps, and then the two-family duplex, a townhouse, and a multifamily dwelling have been added. And to clarify again, this does not change any density allowances whatsoever.
Okay. Any questions or concerns from commissioners about this section of household living and group living? Kevin?
I just wanted to say that I think if someone, you know, that Mila's last comment was very important, that, you know, that if this one dwelling unit per 5 acres, you know, I don't think we voted to be in favor of like townhomes at the normal townhome density. And I just want to make sure that the 5 acre, you know, the one unit per 5 acre density restriction doesn't get lost as this moves forward. That's all.
No, this is intended to allow you to have one, you know, 5-unit building on 20 acres or whatever it would be. 25 acres.
All right. So
Okay,
if there's no concerns, let's move on.
Public and civic uses. We have taken out general daycare and left in limited daycare, and the intention of that was to allow that as a secondary use for a currently existing business. We've taken out college or university and added field research stations and environmental education centers. We have added all other government facilities as a conditional use. We've left in parks and open areas. We have added bus station and train passenger terminal. Yes, we have taken out places of worship as a conditional use. We have added a telecommunications tower and facility on an existing tower or structure. And then the 2 utility substation and transmission facility is conditional. We've taken out all other major utilities use, and minor utilities was not changed.
Can you speak to the utility recommendations? Because that was something staff was going to look into, both as far as code restrictions, I believe, but also with regards to the potential industrial development up closer to airport.
Yeah, so the major utilities that's why we took that out. So that's
Right.
the industrial part, and then the substation and the transmission facilities are much smaller.
Any questions, comments, concerns from the commission related to public and civic uses as reflected here? All right.
Commercial, we left in general restaurants. We added bar or lounge and theater. The all other outdoor recreation use was removed as a conditional use. All uses for office was removed. Outfitter guide service and facility remains conditional. Personal service oriented uses were removed, and fuel service was removed, and nothing else was added.
Any comments? So I just want to address one comment that was made earlier in our meeting from a member of the community that while there has been some discussion about were the county commission to ever consider OAO in this area, they might be slightly more conducive towards specific uses, but not towards others. And that is not a guarantee of those uses. And I just think, you know, however we restate that, we want to be very, very particular. I want to come back to this because I think it's more part of the vision statement than here, but I just want to clarify that there is no use by right for any overnight accommodations. Any parcel owner that were to seek that would need to seek it independently of any of this work. And this use table does not change anything from what is currently in place in the county. So I just think hitting on that is very important so that the community is aware that anything that is changing does not respect explicitly OAO as a use by right in resort special. Overnight accommodations, excuse me, not OAO, overnight accommodations is a use by right. So thanks for letting me opine. Let's move forward to industrial uses.
All right, industrial uses, we had none permitted, we have none added.
Okay, great.
And then other uses, and this is what I tried to capture, and I apologize if I got it wrong. We have the agricultural uses, adding a barn, corral, pen, coop, or machinery shed, farm, orchard, vineyard, or truck garden, fruit and vegetable stand, and grazing.
Kevin, this was where you had some concerns.
Yeah.
So my memory, and I think this is also reflected in the minutes, is those four green keys there, it's only the third and the fourth one that we agreed on. And that the orchards or just farm in general was not something we proposed to put in last meeting. So just, grazing and fruit and vegetable stands, that's it.
Okay, I can take those out.
Other commissioners, any concern from striking barn, corral, pen, coop, or machinery shed, or farm, orchard, vineyard, or truck garden as permitted uses? Bob, it looks like you might be trying to say something.
Yeah, it was actually, and I should have said it 2 weeks ago. So it's interesting. I don't know what a typical grazing area has, whether it would have a pen or a corral. But yeah, I'm just not sure. But I guess we'll hear from the public on it. So I'm not terribly disturbed by taking it out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That does it.
Okay, so really quick, that moves us on for our third bullet. Any last comments around the use tables for resort special before deciding that we're comfortable with moving it forward? Anyone else have any concerns or things they want to add or remove? All right, great, thank you. Sorry, Mila, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. Here's so vision statement. I tried to incorporate our conversation from last week. The top two, I believe that our top paragraph did not change. We didn't have any suggestions on that one. So if the commissioners had a chance to look at the bullets, let me know what comments or edits you'd like to make.
So I want to make one recommendation, and I'd be interested to know if there's any interest in it on a general sense, and if so, any thoughts on phrasing. But coming back to that question, we have heard consistently from the community that overnight accommodations are not something that they'd like to see developed in our boundaries, that our community would like to see us move towards economic diversification. They would like to see us build out the existing overnight accommodation developments in the valley, and that they'd like to see existing land be used for housing and other community-based uses and not for the tourism industry. And since we are looking at this as a gateway, as stated earlier, both in its visible qualities, its aesthetic qualities, but also in its sort of ephemeral qualities of introducing the character of the community, I think something to the effect of Moab values economic diversity and community-minded development, first and foremost, because I feel as though by not addressing that one way or another, we leave open to interpretation the very challenges that have been coming before the county commission now, especially with regards to this area. Challenges in the sense of it's difficult for the county commission to weigh individual merits against long-term planning because we have not stated a vision on if we believe this area is useful for that type of development. I know we kind of touch on it, but I think it's worth calling out. Strong opinions loosely held. I want to put that out there and see if there's any appetite in entertaining that, and if so, any suggestions on it. And that does not mean that that would not be considered at all. I'm not suggesting that we recommend nothing. I'm recommending that we give language to the county commission to weigh that against these other priorities that have been very, very clearly stated by our community.
Emily, I think you have well stated the interest of most of the people who have either participated in the survey that was done or have communicated with at least me on a personal level about using this area or allowing overnight accommodations in this area or additional overnight accommodations in this area. I'm not sure that the small area plan vision statement is the right place to set the tone for future interpretation of the county council, or county commission. But if you have some suggested language, I think we ought to consider including it in the vision statement. Alternatively, we could go to the use table, and where it currently says for all the overnight accommodations, the overnight accommodations overlay sections of the code will apply, we can just leave that blank. And so this would be an exceptional area to the rest of the county.
It's an interesting possibility. I wonder if there could be issues that the county attorney might take cause with there. So I think it's something that we should provide contextually for legal review. And the reality is, I don't think it's just specific to this area that I feel that that is what we are hearing from the community. This is a first of what might be several planning processes that the county goes through over the next 5 years or so, just given interest in looking at the Southern 1ND1 region and so on. So I guess what I might recommend is under bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, support development appropriate for the area and in keeping with the goals of the resource protection area, balancing conservation, recreation, and ecological goals, and balancing the community preference towards housing-based development and economic diversification. Or maybe housing development isn't even the right thing, but I think that if anywhere it might belong there, and I'm trying to just communicate clearly that, well, Kevin, go ahead. Sorry, I'm asking for input.
I mean, I don't disagree with the sentiment, but I kind of think at the end of the day, we're going to have a use table and we're going to have a bunch of standards. And I guess we've got, including these visual protection things, and that's really what's going to matter. And I think if we say one thing in the vision statement, but we put a P in the use table, that P in the use table is going to take precedence. This isn't like the OAO zone where the council gets to make a legislative decision on each proposal. These are going to be administrative decisions. And so I think that kind of language just doesn't serve any purpose, even though it sounds like reasonable language to me.
I wonder, and I don't want to spend too much time here if there is an interest in it, but I do wonder if there is a common statement that might be adopted into any future planning as well, that just speaks to the future, the preferred county character as represented overall and in individual areas that we have heard consistently from county members. Because I feel as though that, you know, the constant fear that I hear from members of the community expressed individually and expressed in surveys is it's a slippery slope. You know, like you start to break away from this larger vision planning and you find yourself in the same position that we've been in for several years over. So, you know, generally speaking, what I hear consistently is that on the whole, community members would like to see existing overnight accommodations be built out before new ones are considered, that any new development be balanced against the county's needs specifically for housing, and that any tourism-based development specifically be balanced against the county's interest in diversifying, not through more companies within the same industry, but through actually balanced industry, which results in a resilient economy. So that, go ahead, Bob. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to rally support. If there's not interest, we can move on, but you know.
No, it seems like it's an interesting area. I guess you could develop housing in the highway commercial area, but I don't know, of course, much of the land that's resort special that has one house per 5 acres doesn't seem like a place to develop housing in particular. But there might be, as you know, there might be in the HC zone some chance of doing it. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I have a thought on adding housing specifically because I'm not sure that I'm hearing from feedback that housing in this particular area, and I don't think it's a housing versus overnight accommodations question. I think most people resoundingly want nothing for this specific area. So, I mean, but I do like the idea of including within the vision something in a broader language around economic resiliency. I think those are two of the phrases that you used, and I don't necessarily see the harm in putting those in a vision because that can sort of on the road as a guiding principle. Is my 2 cents.
You broke up there a little bit, but I believe we got the gist of your comments. Okay. Might I add then one last bullet? So the SRPA is intended to promote and support community priorities towards economic resiliency and affordable housing, and just leave it at that. I know, or Josie, you mentioned 2 phrases. I don't know what the first one was. I heard economic resiliency. I didn't know if there was an alternative you wanted to suggest.
Oh no, I think I was saying that too, that I feel like you said more or less, which was like community interest and economic resiliency or something.
Community-centered development and economic resiliency, potentially. Okay. So any interest in that? So the SRPA is intended to ... support and promote community priorities towards community-centered development and economic resiliency.
I'm not opposed to that being added.
Kevin?
I guess I'm not opposed. I mean, you went through a few versions. I don't think we should mention housing here because it seems kind of weird to specify a very low density of housing and then say we're concerned about affordable housing. You know, that doesn't make sense. So I think it should be silent on housing, and I think your final version was.
I'd like to get people's thoughts on just taking the HOA reference and the use table for this area out in the same way that feedlots is not a permitted and it's not a conditional use. What if we, said, okay, this is not the right area for housing, or for overnight accommodations, and have that, just take that out of the use table for this particular area? Do you think that would float? Is that what the people want?
Well, as Emily said, what most people want is just nothing to happen here. I think it's better just to be silent on all that. I mean, I don't think we should promote overnight accommodations here. You know, and at the moment, we've got a pretty strict policy in the county, and new things are not being approved. I just think it complicates things too much to treat this area differently than lots of other parts of the county. And, you know, I think it can just use our default policy on overnight accommodations, which is that, you know, we're not permitting them at the moment, so.
And I guess, so first of all, Garish, I see your point, and I would tend to agree, except for the fact that by only making that change in this very small way, it could signal interest in allowing it elsewhere or create its own sort of legal dilemma and slippery slope that I fear the county doesn't want to get caught up in. I posted some text there just to kind of, you know, because I can't seem to repeat the same sentence 10 times in a row, just if anyone has any edits or thoughts or concerns. I will say, I don't think, what I would like to see is developers come to the table with proposals that meet both of these ends. If there is a developer who would like to see an overnight accommodation development in this area, I'd like to see how they are providing economic resiliency. I'd like to see how they are considering community-centered development. This is all very clearly stated also in the ordinance with regards to the overnight accommodations overlay. So I don't think it's slightly redundant, but I think clearly stating it and giving that guidance for future county commissions as well as future members of the public to cite in weighing the merits of any future project. Just the more that we can take what we're hearing from the public and communicate it through our work, I think the better we are serving through our roles. So I'm soapboxing because I'm getting tired, but I guess I'll just take really quick. Is there interest in adopting this language for going into draft? And I'll do the same thing I've been doing, quick straw poll. If there's a majority interest, let's adopt it or change it. If not, let's just move on. So it's quick straw poll. Is there interest in adopting this as an additional bullet? I see Garish, I see me, I see Bob. I see Brian says no, Josie says yes. Okay, so that's 4 of 6. Let's go ahead and adopt it. It's going to go through draft. And if you have any suggestions, you know, please feel free to rip that apart. And does anyone else have any other suggestions or changes that they would like to bring up? Okay.
I think it's fine as is. I don't think vision statements should be super long. So I guess my suggestion is to not add anything more, you know, beyond the one that we just agreed to.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So, so let's do this. So if we are generally, I'm taking this to mean everyone's comfortable with moving forward. All right. So we won't have a formal vote on this because that's not what's happening tonight, but I do just want to have, you know, quick confidence vote that we are comfortable moving this forward into the draft process with no additional changes. So last call, anyone have any additional changes? If not, raise your hand if you're comfortable moving this forward. I see Kevin, Emily, Bob, Garish, Brian, Josie. Lovely. Well done, us. My goodness.
I just want to say, you know, this is sort of a milestone. So thank you, Emily and Mila, for helping push this through and putting up with all our comments and stuff. So
thank you, Mila, for your, 45 jobs you're working 9 to 5. So thank you for all you have done to support us and staff the department. And of course, we're very excited to see you take on the role you have. Okay, folks, sweet. Now, let's quickly just talk about timing before we move forward. So that means this goes into legal review September 28th. Legal review is a 4-week minimum. So the earliest that the public hearing will be noticed is October 12th. The earliest that the public hearing and recommendation would occur is October 26th, and we'll get updates to that as we move forward. We want to get some meetings scheduled. We said 1 meeting potentially at the ballpark, another one over Zoom. So Mila, you and I can maybe work on just coming up with some potential dates, and then we'll ask commissioners if they would be willing and available to staff those. So we'll have some more information. And that moves us to future considerations, which the only thing I want to add other than the open space question, I do think, this has been a big process. Let's keep the momentum. Let's try not to go till 8 p.m. every night. But I think there's a couple things that we have said we want to come back to. We've said we want to look at the B&B and residential zone as a current non-conforming use. We've said that we want to continue our review of the land use code. We've said that we'd like to look at the educational case of overnight accommodations for educational programs along the lines of some of the groups that we have in our community. So let's try and grab one of those on our next meeting and just kind of keep the ball rolling, because otherwise this is going to come back to us and we're not going to get any of those done. Yes. All right. Any other future considerations from anyone? Kevin?
Yeah, there was one I wanted to mention. It has to do with conditional uses. As you know, we've got a lot of sort of legacy conditional uses in our use table, and recent decisions by Utah courts have made it harder to turn down a conditional use. And typically, if you're going to say no to a proposed conditional use, you have to be able to point to something in your already existing in your land use code as a reason for why you're doing it. And so we had begun more than a year ago the process of slowly going through and maybe trying to get rid of most of the C's and turn them into P's or blank. But I wanted to throw out the idea that another thing we could do is put some just kind of general language that would apply to any conditional use, and it would say more or less that if if a conditional use is proposed in a zone, it needs to be compatible with the things that are permitted in the zone and not out of character with those. And that's not super specific, but it does give you something that if someone comes along and tries to exploit one of these conditional use loopholes we have in the use table currently, we would at least have something we could point to and say this is why we want to turn it down. And so if people think that's reasonable, I could see whether I think the next thing to do would be to talk to the county attorney, which could happen. But I just wanted to get your all's idea first. And I think it's just a lot more efficient than trying to fix every single thing in our use table. It's kind of a stopgap that helps us a little bit with a small amount of effort.
So Kevin, why wouldn't we want to go through the use table and determine which existing uses would be grandfathered in because they're no longer conditional uses? It seems like that would be a simpler way to, at least that would be a first cut, is look at the use table, take out those conditional uses, or you make a decision about whether they're permitted or not as a first step. And then I think we could focus more on what those types of compatibility issues are with the ones that remain as, we can't decide. So we just, okay, these are going to remain as conditional uses.
So the reason is we started doing that and we haven't finished it yet. That takes a long time. What I'm proposing could be finished pretty quickly. And then we could still do what you propose, but it would just have less urgency.
I would also say, I was going to say, we started on that process, did a bit of it, didn't get anywhere. So it is a stopgap measure. The other thing is if we leave some conditional uses in that kind of language, if the attorney agrees, county attorney agrees, would be helpful in those cases.
Yeah, and so we just created some additional conditional uses in the use table that we, just checked off on today. There were some C's that didn't used to be there and we added them. So we're not going to be able to, and we didn't add any language that it would allow us to approve or deny them. So we've actually been making the problem a little bit worse than it has been. And so I think just having some general language that would give us grounds to say no to a proposed conditional use would be useful.
I hear what you're saying, but I also, at the time that we were going through the use table a couple of meetings ago, I said, this is really not in the direction that legal counsel is telling, especially legislative bodies to go towards. So But I say it's a stopgap measure. I'm in agreement with you, but I don't want to lose sight of the ball, which is let's go through the use table and make those decisions where necessary.
So I think we should still do that. In the meantime, Kevin, could you just like summarize over email something that we can look at and then forward on to the county attorney for just a
Perfect.
consultation? Okay, great. So let's do that. Awesome. Okay, anything else for future considerations? Okay, we are in the home stretch. Recent building permit review and then county commission action items report followed by Jaylyn, who is still with us. Jaylyn, thank you so much. But Mila, go ahead real quick and then we'll pass it on.
Okay, so we did just have one other item, the retail and highway commercial update. We went over this with the county attorney. We decided that we actually needed to modify one of the other sections as well, dealing with specific uses. So that'll just be additional, and we'll be considering this at the next meeting.
Sorry, my eyes totally bounced over that.
That's fine. It's a very small item, thank goodness. That's it on that. So we'll see that at the next meeting. Then recent building permit review. Let me pull that up. What have we got? My computer, there we go. Again, it slowed down quite a bit from the sort of June flood. We had one mixed use addition and remodel, one residential construction without a permit. And this is something that the code enforcement team is dealing with. We put that into the iWork system and we're working on it. One commercial floodplain development permit for Cane Springs LLC, that's the Cane Creek development. 5 manufactured homes, and then only 3 new construction on this round. Then our county council update. Let's see. Jaylyn, maybe you should go first and let me pull up the agenda from that meeting. I'll write these up into the packet in the future.
Great. Thank you. Oh, Jaylyn, you're on mute.
It's been too long. I started this meeting while I was traveling back from Salt Lake, and then I was stuck in traffic on the Colorado River Bridge, and finally I made it here, and here I am. So yeah, it seems like a ton's going on, but I really don't have a lot to report. I will report that the commission is working on on this Book Cliffs Highway thing. Several of us are putting quite a lot of time and effort into that, and hoping that goes well, goes the way that, in my opinion, citizens have consistently rejected. So hopefully that'll work out. We've got some great plans in place. And then the good news is we've been having budget advisory board meetings, and at the last meeting, we went over the tax revenue that we have as a county. That includes sales and use tax, the healthcare tax, transportation tax, and transient room taxes of various sorts. And Chris Baird, our budget officer, he is just very good, in my opinion, at projecting conservatively on revenue and then the other way on expenditures, so that we end up, fairly close to where he thinks we're going to. However, this time I want to happily say he may have underestimated all of those tax funds, because right after that meeting, we got the tax information in for July, which I can't remember what he had estimated that at, but it was well under 100%. I think it was 90 is what I want to say. But it came in every single category well above 100% for this July as compared to July of 2019. So as we do the 2021 budget, it might be safer, or it might be not out of the question to increase the estimates of what kind of taxes we'll bring in. That's especially good news to folks like the healthcare district, the care center, the district that runs the care center, and EMS, because their taxes came in, I believe it was at 108% July of this year compared to July of last year. That was a lot of rambling, but I hope you understood the gist of that. It's good news. Very excited. And Budget Advisory Board's one of my favorite boards that I serve on. That's all I have, unless you have a question.
Thank you.
And I do have the council report from our end. The Willow Springs RV Park item was tabled indefinitely and not voted on or discussed. And the code amendments that we discussed in the public hearing prior were adopted.
So about those code amendments, there was one that, saying that you would lose your HDH thing if you didn't initiate building within a certain amount of time. And there was concern that that wouldn't make sense for HDH proposals that were just, subdividing lots. Have you and the county attorney considered just keeping it as proposed, but just saying that it doesn't apply to HDH to developments which are intended to sell land as opposed to build stuff?
We just struck that amendment from this round and haven't come back to it yet, but I can run that by her and see what we think. Yeah, I think we should potentially discuss that, I would say. I think there are some considerations in both directions as far as that goes. I wouldn't want that to encourage people to just plat lots rather than develop, by the same token. So I think it's a little bit of a complex issue.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Jalen, thank you for sticking with us. I'm sorry you got stuck in traffic. I'm glad we could keep you company. All right, with that, motion to adjourn. Kevin, Bob, all in favor? Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Take care. Bye.